Good evening. Okay. Hmm, wait. Why is it now playing Dream Sign? That's that's not what's playing. Oh, that must have been what it was playing before this. Okay. Good evening. Hello, Remove. Hello, uh, Kaista? Kaista. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Yes, but Remove, you're right. This is more game rules, and you're this isn't a right or wrong question, but like, why would anyone read? Why would anyone read? Why would anyone read? Boredom? I think boredom is a good enough answer. Mm, Kai. Kai is good. I can pronounce Kai. Thank you for the short form. Mm-hmm. Some reason Shoes is doing a little bit of a strangeness here, so I'm gonna have to like maneuver some stuff around. It doesn't seem to like uh it doesn't like other things over it for some reason. This might get a little tricky, and hopefully the volume is fine. And hopefully there won't be any more strange things. I've made sure to mute a few things. But yes, last 2 days ago, 2 days ago, 2 nights ago, we went through the beginning of the core rulebook and we only handled the introduction and the races, and now we are going to cover the classes. Hopefully we'll be able to cover all the classes before the end of tonight. It might be a little bit ambitious though. The areas seem short, but there are, let me count. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 11 base classes. My favorite race? Ah. Favorite race? Elves are always good. I also have a fondness for the shorter races. And humans too. Humans are very versatile. The Tour de France. You said that last time. Although I also enjoyed the Tour de France. But I have never been in one, but I also like the idea of a fleche. I think that's how it's pronounced. Fletch? Fleche. It's a type of cycling race where you have 24 hours, I believe, to get from one point to another. You get to determine your own pathway. So I don't want to say it's a bit of a sightseeing thing, but it's from what I had seen of the concept, it seemed really fun. But it's meant for long riders, and that's how I found out about it. Let's see, if you look up like fleche cycling, fleche is in, okay, going to copy the word. Otherwise, it might be a bit difficult. But there is an anime about long riding, long cycling, cute girls doing cycling, and they aim to, I believe, complete a fleche. Again, I'm probably mangling the word. Where did the window go? So it's not like a competitive race, if that makes sense. And this is considered a randonneuring event. You may have heard of randonneuring. He was a VTuber who graduated, what was it? Sometime in May, very early May. But his name was a pun. It sounds like I'm saying flesh. Honestly, I don't know. That's about my best interpretation of it. I have no background in French, so it just. I was trying to put on what I think is the correct accent for it. But it means arrow in French. But yeah, I think that would be my favorite favorite race type. Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, it's hard to say. I don't have a favorite race. I've been trying to get around to all the different races. I think the only race I have not played out of these base ones, or rather the one that I've played the least, mm, would probably be half orc. And I'm trying to think. It's not that I haven't played a half orc, I just haven't played a half orc for very long. Very, very, very short. A one shot I did with the half orc once. Most of the others I think I've played in some sort of longer campaign. In terms of the base Pathfinder races, anyway. And the same thing, or rather a similar thing with the classes. I've played not all the classes, but I've played a number of the classes at least once. But the amount of time may vary, so it might be, I've only played this for one shot, but I've played this one for a number of sessions, like a number of sessions, a number of levels, from like 1 to 13, 1 to 12, 1 to 13. I think you always tend to go for full orcs. That's an option. More so in Pathfinder, is that an option? Pathfinder 2e actually it might be more of an option. Similar like how they're going with 1 D&D. And also, I'm sure it depends on whether or not, like, the world setting for orcs and how that's handled. But yes, looking through the list of other races as well, just thinking the less common races that you might find in D&D. I have played a tiefling for a few sessions, and I haven't played an Aasimar, but I do tend to stick to the base races quite a bit. Like there's usually a time for playing I don't want to say a wacky race, but like an unusual race. But I think I tend to enjoy seeing a party that has at least one kind of common race to it, I suppose, instead of it being like a full band of misfits. So in a party of, say, a Genasi and, well, okay, there was the halfling too in that party. There was a ghostwise halfling, like a Genasi, a tiefling, a kobold, and such. Having a token human in the party makes for, I think, a better site for trust than having a full band of misfits. Or maybe it just makes the human stand out more. Not certain. The extra feet doesn't hurt though, you know? The extra feet does not hurt. Let me check. Also, oh, did I? It should still be in effect. Let's see. You stick with elf or human? Elves. I said this before. Uh, Elves are great. Elves are bullshit. I can say it because I'm an elf. I think the most frustrated I've been with as a DM has been with elves because elves are bullshit. But I can't really deny them. The extra fee is overpowered in Pathfinder. Maybe then I'll have to pick your brain for something later. Let's see. Maybe with this, well, actually, maybe as I go on, I'll build a new character. We'll see. Okay, will this work? Will this sound okay? Will it remember? Nope. Oh, it's still doing it. Okay, maybe what extra feet? I want to say, oh, actually, no, that's a third. What's at the end of the third leg? Have us build a character with you? I think I need to read more of the book to get to that stage. Okay, maybe Okay, nope. I can't do that. Just... Let's real quick. Switch. Is it going to notice? Is it going to figure it out? It probably won't figure it out. Okay, I'm gonna switch it over really quickly to something else. Actually, no, we'll switch to this. Reading by the campfire. Third leg. What would be at the end of the third leg? Wouldn't that be a third foot? Unless, well, actually no. I guess the third foot would actually probably belong more so on a gnome or a halfling. They are 3 feet, you know? And that also simply reminds me of a Final Fantasy XIV joke. Or other concept. Lalafels. Lalafels are outstanding for their size. Okay, maybe that's a... Oh, that's actually a bit loud. No fire. Let's tone that fire down. Actually, I'll tone it down here. Can I? There we go. I think that's a little better. What? You should have known that was coming. Okay. Where's the book? Where's the book? I've got the book out. Let me grab it. Okay. Oh, it's been a long time since I've seen the Mr. Welch list. It's been such a long time. Cordy, we have not started yet, but we are going to be starting classes. I have not gone through all the classes yet. I went through the, very introduction and the races. Yeah, Sunday. So, about to learn the differences between these classes and the 3.5 classes. Granted, the only 3.5 classes that I've read have been Barbarian. Well, the base 3.5 classes that I've read. Barbarian and Wizard, and that's it. And all I remember was hating Wizard, the way that Wizard was laid out in 3.5. So I'm hoping Pathfinder will be a little less dumb in their layout choices. Way less dumb. Yeah, it's been years since I've looked at the Mr. Welch list. Just thinking about some other things that I remember discovering a long time ago, and trying to find them once again on the internet. Certain stories. I distinctly remember that there was a set of stories written by a guy who played vampire and mage, with, I think, his girlfriend and the DM, and the DM's girlfriend at the time for a selection. And there were some really good moments in there, and trying to find it online once again. Just, has the site been wiped? There has to be a record of it somewhere, that sort of thing. And also independent fanfiction sites that are long gone. Lost like tears in the rain. It can be complex. Looking forward to DMing. DMing can be difficult depending on, I suppose, what type of game you're running in the system and your players. Storytime posts have been completely polluted on the internet with rereadings. Rereadings as in reading them, finding them and rereading them once again, or more of a something else. This was an entire chronicle of stories that he had about the games that he played in and ran. I'm vaguely like, how good is my handwriting? You've seen, well, if you check my Twitter history, let me grab it up. Twitter. I have a post in my Twitter that actually has an example of my handwriting in it, and I will tell you my handwriting is not very good, unless it's calligraphy, in which case it's okay. If I actually dig out my pen and my ink, I can do decent unseal. But when we talk about regular handwriting, not so hot. Not so hot. Then again, this was with a pen that I wasn't certain was working, and I wanted it to be big and legible. So, very block print. If you look at the picture of the Palico, he's holding a little post-it note. That's the post-it note. That was the reminder to not say the word level. I could do a hand stream, but I also don't have a camera set up for that. I don't think I want to calligraph the Mr. Welch list. That'd be very long. Maybe if I knew something that wasn't unsealed, that would be forever, man. That would be forever. You know how long it takes to do that? If you've ever seen a calligraphy post. Although actually, I might be particularly better skilled at that than some others, just because I wouldn't have to. Actually, no. If I just did it upside down, it would be fine. But because I'm writing it backwards, it might be a little awkward. I'll have to think about that. And also, I would have to get my my writing table set up for it. Rereading. Okay. Those kinds. Yes. Yes, now that I think about it. Those kinds of rereadings. Yeah, I feel like this site may or may not have existed in the time of YouTube. So it may have missed that jump. Okay, let's see. So we have the start of classes. And the first class that we have is the Barbarian. The Barbarian is a brutal berserker from beyond the edge of civilized lands. For some, there is only rage, in the ways of their people, in the fury of their passion, in the howl of battle. Conflict is all these brutal souls know. Savages, hired muscle, masters of vicious martial techniques. They are not soldiers or professional warriors. They are the battle-possessed, creatures of slaughter and spirits of war. Known as barbarians, these warmongers know little of training, preparation, or the rules of warfare. For them, only the moment exists, with the foes that stand before them and the knowledge that the next moment might hold their death. Okay, I actually have to move. Can I move this? That might break everything. Because of technology, I actually have everything set up really awkwardly. So, give me a second. Maybe this will work. Maybe I can do it and it won't break. Okay, maybe I can loosen this thing. That doesn't move. Does this move? I don't know what these things do. I'm trying to move my mic. It's not working very well. Okay. I guess I'm leaving that as it is. I'm going to... Last time I tried to move the mic, it actually just crashed the mic, and I had to restart. Okay. Just do this real quick. It's awkward. It's awful. Okay. This should be better. They possess a sixth sense in regards to danger and the endurance to weather all that might entail. These brutal warriors might rise from all walks of life, both civilized and savage, The whole societies embracing such philosophies roam the wild places of the world. Within barbarians storms the primal spirit of battle, and woe to those who face their rage. Role. Barbarians excel in combat, possessing the martial prowess and fortitude to take on foes seemingly far superior to themselves. With rage granting them boldness and daring beyond that of most other warriors, barbarians charge furiously into battle and ruin all who would stand in their way. Their alignment is any unlawful, and their hit die is d12. Class skills. The barbarian's class skills are acrobatics, dex, climb, strength, craft, intelligence, handle animal, charisma, intimidate, charisma, knowledge, nature, int, reception, whiz, ride, dex, survival, whiz, and swim, strength. Skill ranks per level is 4 plus their int modifier. And then there's a table. I was reading out these tables before. Let's see. Do they mention in the... They do mention, so I don't know if I'm going to read the table out. But, their base attack bonus starts at 1 at first level, and it goes up. And their initial base attack bonus, their first one, always matches their level. At 6th level, they get an additional base attack bonus that starts at 1 and increases by 1 every level. At 11th level, they get another base attack bonus, which increases by 1 for every level. And at 16th level, they get another base attack bonus that increases by 1 every level. So by level 20, they have a plus 20, plus 15, plus 10, and a plus 5. Thank you. I hope to enlarge my collection of voices. I do have some experience doing some DM work. I will say that I tend to have more female characters than male. But part of that was also my players' assumptions. Okay, I'll water. Let me get the water. Yes, my players' assumptions that certain characters were female. If I didn't give them if I talked about them with they just eventually just started using she. And assuming that the half-dragon pirate was male too. Oh no, they assumed that one was male actually, so that was the opposite. But I don't also mind doing like more goblin type noises. I don't mind doing goblin noises. Okay. Their fortitude save seems to start at +2. Second level it goes up to +3. And then every even level it increases by 1 until they reach +12 at 20th. Thank you. Hi, Kashichidori. I'm doing well. How about you? That's one of the few things I know how to... Well, no. Well, actually, I guess in the case of, like, CSE? I know that's not exactly doing well. It's the only thing I remember from Spanish, though. But, also, hello, Auxilia. Thank you for showing up. Dale? I don't know Dale. I don't know that word. Ref save. Okay, fortitude, will, ref. What is ref? I shouldn't... Reflex. Ref is reflex. Let's see. So their reflex save starts at +0 and it goes up every even level. So 3rd level they get +1. They end up with +6 at 20. Okay, a filler word. Just like I'm trying to remember some of the other filler words. Mm. What's the Japanese filler word? There's a very... Eto. Eto is the Japanese filler word. One of the Japanese filler words. Not like you're limited. Mm. Will save, matches, reflex save, it seems. I know that there's like a... Well, in 3.5 there tends to be a classing for the saves. Like whether they're good or whether they're bad. So I guess in this case, like their fortitude save is good. And their reflex and will saves are like, okay. Okay, let's see what else. Special. First level, they get fast movement and rage. Second level, they get rage power and uncanny dodge. Third level is trap sense +1. Fourth level is rage power. Fifth level is improved uncanny dodge. Sixth level is rage power and trap sense +2. Seventh level is damage reduction, 1/dash. Eighth level is rage power again. Ninth level is trap sense +3. 10th level is damage reduction 2/dash. Rage power. 11th level is greater rage. 12th level is rage power and trap sense +4. 13th level is damage reduction 3/dash, or like 3-. Oh, you know what? I know how to read that now, roughly. Like, so that would be like one any, sort of. Because normally it'd be like one fire or something like that. So I guess it's kind of strange. How do I read dash? The exact same formula is good and bad. I remember having trouble with that in the beginning, trying to figure it out. I was doing it using a Roll20 sheet, and they didn't make reference to numbers. They only made reference to like, oh, it's a good save or it's a bad save. And I didn't know how to read which ones were good and which ones were bad, because honestly, I think the class I had, they actually may have been mostly okay. Mostly good, but at the same time, it was such a bad character class that it didn't help. Okay. Nothing could overcome it. Okay. Like, how do you audibly describe that, though? Just like damage reduction 1 and then nothing? Just like say nothing? It's just damage reduction 1. Damage reduction 3. That might be the better way of reading it. So, let's see. 13th level, we get damage reduction 3. 14th level is indomitable will and rage power. 15th level is trap sense +5. 16th level is damage reduction 4 and rage power. 17th level is tireless rage. 18th level is rage power and trap sense +6. 19th level is damage reduction 5. And 20th level is mighty rage and rage power. I played a barbarian at like 10th level, I think. No, maybe 8th. No, actually, it must have been 6th or 8th, because there was a multi-classing thing going on. So I don't know if I ever had to worry about damage reduction. Verbalizing it. 1 to all or 2 to all. Let's see. It's much different when you can just read it out. I shouldn't say read it out, but when you read it, you're not saying it. Unless you're the type of person who says it in their mind. But even then you might gloss over that sort of notation. So I just described a bunch of class features, but we will get more into depth into them. All the following are class features of the Barbarian. Weapon and armor proficiency. Our Barbarian is proficient with all simple and martial weapons, light armor, medium armor, and shields, except for tower shields. That's something I actually miss from 5e, like having a tower shield. The concept of it, anyway. It forces you to read slowly. Oh, well, read fast. Read fast, and then reread it when you're done. Like, done with the book. Read it like 3 times in a week. That's what I tend to do. Fast movement. EX. Extraordinary power? Extraordinary ability. Right. Okay. A barbarian's land speed is faster than the norm for her race by plus 10 feet. This benefit applies only when she is wearing no armor, light armor, or medium armor, and not carrying a heavy load. Apply this bonus before modifying the barbarian's speed because of any load carried or armor worn. This bonus stacks with any other bonuses to the barbarian's land speed. You're not a cleric. Rage, extraordinary ability. A barbarian can call upon inner reserves of strength and ferocity, granting her additional combat prowess. Starting at first level, our barbarian can rage for a number of rounds per day equal to +4 plus her constitution modifier. At each level after first, she can rage for 2 additional rounds. Temporary increases to constitution, such as those granted from rage and spells like Bear's Endurance, do not increase the total number of rounds that a barbarian can rage per day. A barbarian can enter rage as a free action. The total number of rounds of rage per day is renewed after resting for 8 hours, although these hours do not need to be consecutive. I have no idea how hard it is to say barbarian as opposed to like barbarian. I've been wrecked. I've been ruined by my barbarian. Yeah, speed increases are crazy. Just thinking, like, wait. You're saying here that I'm trying to remember. So, I can make a 30 speed dwarf with this. I can make a 30 speed dwarf. I know that there's the whole load issue, so you cannot just, like, overburden. You can't make your, dwarter barbarian necessarily. Or, like, I guess you could. It's just that you'd have to, I guess, make a show of, undoing your load before battle. He's not little, he's a medium-sized creature. He is not small. He is not small. Or she is not small. But yeah. Barbarian or a monk in terms of the slower races is a nice, I shouldn't say it's a nice way of catching up. But man, it really hurts when you're limited in speed. Categorically not small, yes. Because they're wider. Yeah. I'm glad but also a little sad about the increase on the speed for all the critters. I think it's all the new races for the 1D&D, right? I read it myself like 2 weeks ago. I've already forgotten. I think everyone has an increase in speed. Like, great, but yeah, you gotta go wider when you think of dwarves. Let's see. Oh, I didn't finish the rage section. While in rage, a barbarian gains a +4 morale bonus to her strength and constitution, as well as a +2 morale bonus on will saves. In addition, she takes a -2 penalty to armor class. The increase to constitution grants the barbarian 2 hit points per hit dice, but these disappear when the rage ends and are not lost first, like temporary hit points. While in rage, a barbarian cannot use any charisma, dexterity, or intelligence-based skills, except acrobatics, fly, intimidate, and ride, or any ability that requires patience or concentration. A barbarian can end her rage as a free action and is fatigued after rage for a number of rounds equal to 2 times the number of rounds spent in the rage. A barbarian cannot enter a new rage while fatigued or exhausted, but can otherwise enter rage multiple times during a single encounter or combat. If a barbarian falls unconscious, her rage immediately ends, placing her in peril of death. Rage powers are separate. Yeah, I think these are... Whoa, sorry, it's a big list of rage powers. It's a big list. Maybe it's a good thing that we're reading this by the fire. Rage powers, extraordinary ability. They fall unconscious and then lose their rage bonus hit points. Yeah. You gotta be careful about how mad you get. Cannot enter new. Yeah, I've run into that problem myself when I was playing the Barbarian. Things go really well, or they go really bad really quick. Just thinking. So, actually no. I guess in 3.5 it was probably worse because I think it went up to what, like -10 before you died? Versus here where I think it's based on your hit points. So, you can afford to, well, before you instantly die, it's bad. It's bad. Pills? Just thinking. Actually, yeah. Well, pills might be the right thing. Oh, Constitution score. Okay, okay. We had a game and the DM added purple energy drink for us. They were basically like a super haste potion for us. It healed us and also cured like a exhaustion. It cured exhaustion, healed, and also gave you haste. So, yeah. Yeah. No, lean is the opposite, isn't it? Lean is syrup and something or other, isn't it? No. By syrup, I mean codeine. Right? Like, I've had codeine. I've not had lean. So, I can't say one way or the other what lean is, but I thought it was codeine and, like... Actually, would it be codeine and alcohol? Or codeine and, like, soda? Not that you really need to add anything. You shouldn't need to add anything to codeine. Maybe, actually, that might be more of an American problem then. It's probably an American problem that they're trying to solve. If it's purple, it's lean. But it does the opposite. If you've been on codeine, you know. You're not hasted on that shit. You're not hasted on that shit. But yeah. So if we had something like that to like cure the exhaustion and heal up, that would be good. Just like, oh, your buddy's lying on the floor dying, just like shove some monster in their face. It'll be fine. I think part of it was also to help us get, well, maybe that was more so aimed at me because I was literally the slowest member of the party with a 30-foot speed. Literally the slowest. Oh, it felt bad, man. It felt so bad. Well, slowest after a certain point. I don't know if promethazine? What is promethazine? Unless that's a meth. It's not a meth, right? Because, like, meth is... Well, Real quick. Just gonna check something. What is promethazine? I shouldn't just say promethazine. Antihistamine and antianemic? Emotion sickness type thing? That's interesting. It seems kind of a weird thing to abuse. Oh, okay, another codeine. So, like, double the codeine. I would say excellent, but I'm not really in that field. Okay. I'm not really in that field. I swear my usage of codeine was off prescription, but for a good reason. Okay. Just thinking. So, like, codeine. Okay. Actually, what is... I keep thinking, like, meth is methadone, but it's not. Meth is... I've never seen Breaking Bad, too, so I don't really have a whole bunch of drug-related knowledge in terms of that. Okay. Like meth. What is meth? What is the long name of meth? Okay. Okay, I can't pronounce that either. Methamphetamine? Methamphetamine. Okay. Now I see why it's called meth. I have to stretch out the E's. I can't do that. Perfect at saying meth. Methamphetamine. Methamphetamine. Excellent. That's the most I'm gonna touch that word. Let's see. So I guess speaking of that, we have the rage powers. Extraordinary abilities of the Barbarian. Actually, when you think about, well, I guess maybe it's more like bath salts for the Barbarian. As a Barbarian gains levels, she learns to use her rage in new ways. Starting at second level, a Barbarian gains a rage power. She gains another rage power for every 2 levels of Barbarian attained after second level. A Barbarian gains the benefits of rage powers only while raging, and some of these powers require the Barbarian to take an action first. Unless otherwise noted, a Barbarian cannot select an individual power more than once. Animal Fury. Extraordinary ability. Are these all extraordinary? It honestly looks like it. X. Yeah, everything is extraordinary. Actually, all the abilities of the Barbarian are extraordinary. Interesting. Just that I do have a chart, at least the 3.5 chart, on how things go with different types of abilities, what's allowed and what's not allowed. How things interact. And I think it's very important to know. These words are very important to know. So everything that a Barbarian has is an extraordinary ability. Barbarians are just extra. Yeah, they are. Now I'm kind of wondering, like, maybe I should build a Barbarian. But I'm probably going to feel that way about a bunch of the other classes that we go over. It's hard not to fall in love reading about most of the classes. Although I say that, I say that, it's just kind of a, I don't think I care about sorcerers. Yes, I don't think I care for sorcerers. Did I read this section? Just build one of everything and run an entire campaign? No. I'm slowly working my way through the book. I'm slowly making my way through the book. The only classes I have not personally played as a player, even if it's just for a one-shot, has been Druid, I think. I'm pretty certain I've never played a Druid. And I have not played in any capacity a Sorcerer. No Mage Prim, because I have not been challenged. I have not lost any words today. And also, well, I've not lost today. 5e sorcerers are a snooze fest. That's fair. I think it might also be depending on your DM as well. There might be some, not issues, but some things that a sorcerer is well known for that might get kind of glossed over. For instance, subtle spell tends to like a subtle spell could be really powerful in social situations, but oftentimes there's no sorcerer or anything like that, so the players are just kind of allowed to work around that sort of thing. Flanked. Okay. Let me get the timer out. And let me check. I don't think that's going to come up very much in the next bit. Let me check. Wait, that's not a timer. Okay, 5-minute timer. So before this, I'm going to make sure that I have this up. Okay, 5 minutes, and I cannot say that word. Rage powers, extraordinary ability. As a barbarian gains level, she learns to use her rage in new ways. Starting at 2nd level, a barbarian gains a rage power. She gains another rage power for every 2 levels of barbarian attained after 2nd level. A barbarian gains the benefits of rage powers only while raging, and some of these powers require the barbarian to take an action first. Unless otherwise noted, a barbarian cannot select an individual power more than once. Animal Fury. While raging, the barbarian gains a bite attack. If used as part of a full attack action, the bite attack is made at the barbarian's full base attack bonus, -5. If the bite hits, it deals 1d4 points of damage, assuming the barbarian is medium, 1d3 points of damage if small, plus half the barbarian's strength modifier. A barbarian can make a bite attack as part of the action to maintain or break free from a grapple. This attack is resolved before the grapple check is made. If the bite attack hits, any grapple checks made by the barbarian against the target of this round are at a +2 bonus. Yes, I'm on rage powers. What, was there something you were going to have me do something else? I don't see that word on this page. I don't think. Yeah, I don't know if that word is on this page. Let me check. Is it? Oh, that's the wrong thing. You know what? I'm not going to bother to check. We'll see. There's a whole bunch of rage powers, though. Clear Mind. A barbarian may reroll a failed will save. This power is used as an immediate action after the first save is attempted, but before the results are revealed by the GM. The barbarian must take the second result, even if it is worse. A barbarian must be at least 8th level before selecting this power. This power can only be used once per rage. Fearless Rage. While raging, the barbarian is immune to the shaken and frightened conditions. A barbarian must be at least 12th level before selecting this rage power. Guarded Stance. The barbarian gains a +1 dodge bonus to her armor class against melee attacks for a number of rounds equal to the barbarian's current constitution modifier, minimum 1. This bonus increases by +1 for every 6 levels the barbarian has attained. Activating this ability is a move action that does not provoke an attack of opportunity. Increased damage reduction. The barbarian's damage reduction increases by 1. This increase is always active while the barbarian is raging. A barbarian can select this rage power up to 3 times. Its effects stack. A barbarian must be at least 8th level before selecting this rage power. There's a lot of that. That was something that they... Actually, no. They didn't try to stop necessarily for later stuff. Okay. Internal Fortitude. While raging, the barbarian is immune to the sickened and nauseated conditions. A barbarian must be at least 8th level before selecting this rage power. Intimidating Glare. The barbarian can make an intimidate check against one adjacent foe as a move action. If the barbarian successfully demoralizes her opponent, the foe is shaken for 1d4 rounds, +1 rounds for every 5 points by which the barbarian's check exceeds the DC. Knockback. Once per round, the barbarian can make a bull rush attempt against one target in place of a melee attack. If successful, the target takes damage equal to the barbarian's strength modifier and is moved back as normal. The barbarian does not need to move with the target if successful. This does not provoke an attack of opportunity. Low light vision. The barbarian's senses sharpen, and she gains low light vision while raging. Just brief question. Isn't that something that most of the races get anyway? Or is there a difference? Because I know that in 3.5 there were different types of vision as opposed to 5e where they all dumped it down into you can either see in the dark, sort of, or you can't, or like I don't want to say blind sight, but pretty much you can see no matter what kind of light. Like you just have vision all the time. Okay. So this is probably just useful for the species that don't get it normally. Okay, timer's up. This is the wrong section for it. This is the wrong section for it. Most people get at least low light. And dark vision is saved for what? Under dark type races, I bet? Or is it more like demons and such? Quite sure. I'm successful. You do not get to see the new punishment. Although now I wonder, just kind of, should I have kept that as a... Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if I lose. I won't lose, though. Intimidating glare. Okay. Intimidating glare. The barbarian can make an intimidate check against one adjacent foe as a move action. If the barbarian successfully demoralizes her opponent, the foe is shaken for 1d4 rounds, plus 1 round for every 5 points by which the barbarian's check exceeds the DC. Knockback. Once per round, the barbarian may make a bull rush attempt against one target in place of a melee attack. Oh, no, I've already read this. I've already read this. Okay. I already read low light vision. That was where I left off. Mighty swing. The barbarian automatically confirms a critical hit. This power is used as an immediate action once a critical threat has been determined. A barbarian must be at least 12th level before selecting this power. This power can only be used once per rage. Moment of clarity. The barbarian does not gain any benefits or take any of the penalties from rage for 1 round. Activating this power is a swift action. This includes the penalty to armor class and the restriction on what actions can be performed. This round still counts against her total number of rounds of rage per day. This power can only be used once per rage. Night vision. Okay, here's the difference. The barbarian's senses grow incredibly sharp while raging, and she gains dark vision 60 feet. A barbarian must have a low light vision as a rage power or a racial trait to select this rage power. That's good. That's good. Okay. I mean, like, I guess mechanically it's not good, but it feels good as a player to say, I have dark vision. I'm sure it's even better in 3.5 in Pathfinder where dark vision is it's better, right, than low light vision? It's better, right? And I wonder how much that frustrates the DM. Probably not so much. I mean, the dark vision part, probably a bit, but at the same time, in this case, you're paying quite a bit for it in feet. Not actual feet, but like sort of option tax. I think that might be a better word for it. Ability tax, maybe. What do they describe this as? Rage power tax. Prim feet? No, there's no prim feet. What? There's no prim feet. I mean, I do have feet, but prim feet? It's not like that's the... That's not the penalty. It's not like I grabbed that one new asset that's flying around. I didn't grab that asset. Let's see. Oh, I didn't grab that asset. You haven't seen the reference sheet? Oh my god. You don't have to talk about it. You don't have to talk about my big feet. Yes, barefoot. Barefoot. I want to say being barefoot usually feels better, except when you're, well, sometimes when you're outside. Sometimes while you're outside. Let's see. No escape. The barbarian can move up to double her normal speed as an immediate action, but she can only use this ability when an adjacent foe uses a withdraw action to move away from her. She must end her movement adjacent to the enemy that used the withdraw action. The Barbarian provokes attacks of opportunity as normal during this movement. This power can only be used once per rage. Powerful blow. The Barbarian gains +1 bonus on a single damage roll. This bonus increases by +1 for every 4 levels the Barbarian has attained. This power is used as a swift action before the roll is made to hit. Or before the roll to hit is made. Flip the words around. This power can only be used once per rage. Quick reflexes. While raging, the Barbarian can make 1 additional attack of opportunity per round. That's good. I mean, I suppose it depends on what kind of battle you're in, but for a lot of enemies who might be trying to bypass you for your back row, like I suppose smarter enemies, that's good. That's good. Raging Climber. When raging, the Barbarian adds her level as an enhancement bonus on all climb skill checks. That's extremely niche. I could see some situations where it would be good, but Combat Reflexes gives you AoEs equal to your dex mod. I want to say, I suppose that's fine because just thinking about, like, you could, it would be a bad idea to dump dex as a Barbarian, but you could probably still do it. But it's not, I know that there are like really weird ways they can build sometimes where you have like a dex Barbarian versus a strength Barbarian. So, so you're saying that this is, I mean, this is, how to put it, it's a really bad idea. Okay, that's fair. Just thinking, I know that there are people who've made charts for like how good these abilities are because of course those exist. So I guess this would be not a red, but for the quick reflexes anyway. Quick reflexes would not be red. It would probably be what, like blue, green? Like not the highest level, but like it's an okay but not great option. Versus like the climbing check again is just kind of like, it's not a bad option, but it's incredibly niche and there's much better things that you could be choosing. Much better things. But maybe I'm just kind of tainted because a lot of the rule book, I suppose, for playing a character that I'm most familiar with is full of a lot of red. It is full of a lot of red. Let's see. Okay. Let me put my finger back on the page. Quick reflexes would be orange or red? Really? Okay. Let me flip the page. So in that case, would Raging Climber be even worse? Okay. People who make this, that's fair. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, specific ideals for builds. Certain types of games. But I suppose if you're playing this in the first place, you probably are that type of player to value it. And if you're looking at it as well, if you're looking for these types of things, you're going to be looking for that kind of build. Versus the one that I'm most familiar with was pretty much just trying to, well, take a really, really bad class and trying to make it something actually useful. Which is impossible, but they tried. They tried really hard. Actually, one day I should probably just read about the True Namer and my experiences. Like, just read the True Namer handbook and describe how things work out. Like, in functionality, in real life. Oh, my poor True Namer. Okay, Raging Leaper. When raging, the Barbarian adds her level as an enhancement bonus on all acrobatic skill checks made to jump. When making a jump in this way, the Barbarian is always considered to have a running start. Raging Swimmer. When raging, the Barbarian adds her level as an enhancement bonus on all swim skill checks. So it's a set of 3 then: the Climber, the Leaper, and the Swimmer. The Raging Leaper, though, could be good. But maybe again, I'm thinking not quite in the right terms. Because I'm thinking, well, that if you're building a character who, well, I'm just going to say I saw one person who basically min-maxed their character to be able to jump and crit. Like, those were the things that she was really good at. Jumping and critting. So flying things were usually not much of an issue for her. They had to go pretty high up. There's a lot of Pythagorean theorem in that particular group. Renewed Vigor. As a standard action, the Barbarian heals, I almost said deals, 1d8 damage, plus her Constitution modifier. I should say points of damage. Although, like, does it really matter? I guess not. As long as it's not saying, like, points of ability score damage. For every 4 levels the Barbarian has attained above 4th, this amount of damage healed increases by 1d8 to a maximum of 5d8 at 20th level. A Barbarian must be at least level 4 before selecting this power. This power can be used only once per day and only while raging. Respectable builds. It was a mishmash of classes, but again, that was a Gestalt game, so there were a lot of shenanigans going on, a lot of interesting synergies, a lot of fun. Rolling Dodge. The Barbarian gains a +1 dodge bonus to her armor class against range attacks for a number of rounds equal to the Barbarian's current Constitution modifier, minimum 1. This bonus increases by +1 for every 6 levels the Barbarian has attained. Activating this ability is a move action that does not provoke an attack of opportunity. Roused Anger. The Barbarian may enter a rage even if fatigued. While raging after using this ability, the Barbarian is immune to the fatigue condition. Once this rage ends, the Barbarian is exhausted for 10 minutes per round spent raging. Raging, not ranging. Rolling Dodge. The Barbarian gains a +1 dodge bonus to her armor class against ranged attacks for a number of rounds equal to the Barbarian's current Constitution modifier, minimum 1. This bonus increases by +1 for every 6 levels the Barbarian has attained. Activating this ability is a move action that does not provoke an attack of opportunity. Roused Anger. The Barbarian may enter a rage even if fatigued. Wait, no. I read that one. Scent. Scent. The Barbarian gains the Scent ability while raging and can use this ability to locate unseen foes. See special abilities for rules on the Scent ability. Okay. I actually have experience with that, I think. Not 100% the same, but the strength of a Barbarian. Strong nose. Strength Surge. The Barbarian adds her Barbarian level on 1 strength check or combat maneuver check, or to her combat maneuver defense when an opponent attempts a maneuver against her. This power is used as an immediate action. This power can only be used once per rage. Barbarian. She was a Barbarian. She was like, well, she wasn't double bear. I actually don't know if in Pathfinder or in 3.5 if there's like a bear race. It wouldn't surprise me if there was a bear race. So like I probably shouldn't call her a Barbarian, but it rolled off the tongue a bit better than Barbarian. I feel like. No, 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 you cannot do that to me. You cannot ban bear. Let me keep my bear. It'll just become a, you know what? If you do that, it's just gonna become a Barbarian instead. Barbarian. Actually, well, just thinking about like the common perception, and I guess most barbarians are kind of bara, huh? Bear variant skinwalkers. I could have gone with that, but I really wanted to make a I guess a fishy kind of grappler. The bear thing was just kind of making the grappler. The bear warrior section was just to make the grappling actually work in 3.5. Making it valid. Barbarian. Barbarian. It's not the same as barbarian. Actually, I guess a himbo is not the same as a bara. Okay, never mind. Not gonna think about bears or bara or himbos too much, except I'm still in the barbarian section. The barbarian section. I'm in the barbarian section. Okay. I read that. Superstition. The barbarian gains a +2 morale bonus on saving throws made to resist spells, supernatural abilities, and spell-like abilities. This bonus increases by +1 for every 4 levels the barbarian has attained. While raging, the barbarian cannot be a willing subject of any spell and must take saving throws to resist all spells, even those cast by allies. Bara's got me acting barbaric. I was listening to Callie, I think, talk about that a little bit. Well, not about barbarian, not about bara variants, but more so about like, okay, so like Western consideration of bara versus the Japanese consideration of bara, and like maybe I'm not quite so much into like Japanese style bara, but like Western style bara, yeah, sure. A little bit of, well, I mean, I'm not. Gerald's not a bear. Gerald's not a bear or bara, really. Exactly. Like a bit more hair. More hair. Yeah, the scruff. The scruff is good. The beard's good. But I mean, it takes all kinds, doesn't it? Like between, well, just thinking. Like Aragorn's not bara either. But like it would be a tough choice between that and Legolas, that kind of thing. At least it's not a choice I have to make. Well, Western bara and disappointed by the lack of cowboys. Be the change that you want to see in the world remove. Be the change. Actually, just thinking. There must be sites they can search that sort of thing up and it would come up with something. Maybe just not Western. You might just have to change your keywords a little bit. Thinking. But I guess that would be like a very specific sub niche. But when you consider perhaps Western or like Japanese consideration of Western physiques, like male Western physiques, there's probably actually a niche for that. A sort of Western world focused bara type thing. Introduction of the Westerner. Thinking about anime where they have the Westerner come in and how often they tend to be cowboy flavored. Or German for some reason. But I could certainly actually imagine that being something that exists. You just have to find the right keyword. I entrust that project to you, Remove. Go find that cowboy Vara. Or make it happen. Let's see. Surprise accuracy. The Barbarian gains a +1 morale bonus on one attack roll. This bonus increases by +1 for every 4 levels the Barbarian has attained. This power is used as a swift action before the roll to hit is made. This power can only be used once per rage. Hello, Gokulo? Gokulo. I should try and do this in one take. Hello, Gokulo. How are you doing? Remove. Hey, I wasn't the one who added the word sexy in there. You added that word in there. First try, very clearly. It was my first try at saying that word. Saying that name. And I was mostly talking about Americans. Actually, I want to say, I'm not exactly a huge fan of German accents. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of German accents. I suppose like experiences with that. Not exactly. It's not the worst. It's all personal history type thing. Not that they're bad. Good to hear, Gokulo. I am saying the name correctly, right? Gokulo? Or should it just be Goku? Or should it be... no, just like Goku Locks? Like Gravlox? Hello. Let's see. Goku is easier. Thank you. But accents... oh, a lot of personal baggage. Some things that people might find very nice, but no, it sounds too much like someone I know. Or a group I know. For instance, I'll keep off of that. Let's see. I was at surprise accuracy. I did that. I did not do Swiftfoot. Swiftfoot. The Barbarian gains a 5-foot enhancement bonus to her speed. This increase is always active while the Barbarian is raging. A Barbarian can select this rage power up to 3 times. Its effects stack. Terrifying Howl. The Barbarian unleashes a terrifying howl as a standard action. All shaken enemies within 30 feet must make a will save DC equal to 10 plus half the Barbarian's level plus the Barbarian's strength modifier, or be panicked for 1d4 plus 1 rounds. Once an enemy has made a save versus Terrifying Howl, successful or not, it is immune to this power for 24 hours. A Barbarian must have the Intimidating Glare Rage power to select this Rage power. A Barbarian must be at least 8th level before selecting this power. I am reading the Pathfinder Oni SRD. I have never played Pathfinder before, and I've never read the Pathfinder handbook before, so this is my first time going through it. I have, however, played 3.5, well, D&D 3.5, and I have read chunks of the D&D 3.5 handbook, so it's not entirely unfamiliar, but there are some differences. For instance, I have built a Barbarian in 3.5 before, and I don't remember all these rage powers, but maybe it was because I had already... maybe it was because of how I digested the information. Maybe I skipped some stuff. Yes, reading through the Pathfinder SRD. And right now I am in the section on classes. Thank you for the follow, Gokulo. Goku. And also, before this, I was reading Dungeon World. That's another tabletop RPG. But I switched to Pathfinder for reasons. TM. Reasons. I don't think I'm going to be able to read it before reasons happen, but we'll see how far I can get through. And ending amount will be helpful, I think. Even if the class even just going through the classes like this is helpful, understanding how all sorts of characters work and not just one type, the one type that you would play, for instance. Unexpected strike. The barbarian can make an attack of opportunity against a foe that moves into any square threatened by the barbarian, regardless of whether or not that movement would normally provoke an attack of opportunity. This power can only be used once per rage. A barbarian must be at least 8th level before selecting this power. Okay. Uncanny Dodge. At 2nd level, a barbarian gains the ability to react to danger before her senses would normally allow her to do so. She cannot be caught flat-footed, nor does she lose her dexterity bonus to AC if the attacker is invisible. She still loses her dexterity bonus to AC if immobilized. A barbarian with this ability can still lose her dexterity bonus to AC if an opponent successfully uses the feint action against her. If a barbarian already has Uncanny Dodge from a different class, she automatically gains improved Uncanny Dodge, see below, instead. I guess multi-class proofing it. Let's see. Okay, so the word that was banned before actually is on this page, and I'm just reading ahead a little bit to see where it's used. Or rather, to see that it has been used. Okay. Trap Sense. At 3rd level, a barbarian gains a +1 bonus on reflex saves made to avoid traps, and a +1 dodge bonus to AC against attacks made by traps. These bonuses increase by +1 every 3 barbarian levels thereafter. 6th, 9th, 12th, 15th, and 18th level. Trap Sense bonuses gained from multiple classes stack. Improved Uncanny Dodge. At 5th level and higher, a barbarian can no longer be flanked. This defense denies a rogue the ability to sneak attack the barbarian by flanking her, unless the attacker has at least 4 more rogue levels than the target has barbarian levels. That's very good to know. Okay. If a character already has Uncanny Dodge, see above, from another class, the levels from the classes that grant Uncanny Dodge stack to determine the minimum rogue level required to flank the character. Was it a wolf? Maybe. There are some critters around here. Maybe more of a werewolf. Dunno. I have some interesting neighbors. Little water break. I've received a number of visitors to my garden. I actually had my first visitor, well, shortly after I started streaming. And now she lives with me, so I cannot rule out what may or may not pass by. Sometimes I also have to stop to let my... should I call them roommates? Housemates? Housemates is better. They live in my house with me. My cats. I have 3 cats. Sometimes I have to let them in or out depending on their demands. It's fine. There have been plenty of interruptions. I think not yesterday. Sunday we went on like multiple tangents. And before you joined, talking about Bara and bears for a bit too long. Okay, Uncanny Dodge, Trap Sense. I think the biggest problem is just I lose my space sometimes if I don't put my hands on, like, right where I left off. Okay, let's see. I was talking about flanking. Damage reduction. At 7th level, a Barbarian gains damage reduction. Subtract 1 from the damage the Barbarian takes each time she's dealt damage from a weapon or a natural attack. At 10th level, and every 3 Barbarian levels thereafter, 13th, 16th, and 19th level, this damage reduction rises by 1 point. Damage reduction can reduce damage to 0, but not below 0. Are my cats chunky? One of them is, I don't want to say the opposite of chunky, but she is a bit skinny. And another one is chunky. Another one is getting chunky. They are being fed the recommended amount, but I should probably remove it a little bit. Just remove a tiny bit. They're all getting fed the same amount, though. It might just be a case of exercise for them. They're currently all indoors. The cats are chunky. 2 out of 3. Contessa is actually getting quite chunky. I think I need to. I'm trying to let her out to explore the house more, but I'm having a problem where my boy cat, is actually guarding her. I say guarding her. He's acting like a prison guard, that type of guard. It's a real shame. I'm not entirely certain how to get them to meet and agree. I think they are incredibly similar cats, except for the fact that Contessa is my garden visitor that I sort of gained, not through her volition. It is, she was a cat that lived outside that was sort of a stray. She's kind of not quite feral, but not like a proper stray. She's in between. And she had a damaged tail that I took care of for months before it was amputated. So, Maga, skinny, has the same feel as Chunky. Chunky. So, I suppose, yes, I would describe my Xanax mom probably has that, Maga. She used to be like, I want to say scarily skinny, but she has gotten better. She's gotten better. I think her teeth were hurting her too much to eat properly. But then she got her upper fangs extracted, removed, because they were hurting her. So she's gotten better, but a lot of people would think that she looks perhaps a bit on the skinny side, and also she feels a little scarily light sometimes when I pick her up, versus the other cat. It's just kind of he's 14 pounds. He's 14 pounds and he's shaped like an eggplant. And Contessa is not shaped like an eggplant yet, but if I keep feeding her this way, she might. Keep feeding her that way and not letting her out to exercise more. Or rather, I should say, not encouraging her exercise more. It's a bit difficult because she's so incredibly afraid of humans and elves. I've been trying to accustomize her to it, but there's a bit of a problem in terms of the more time I spend with her, the more the boy cat feels jealous. He is incredibly jealous. So jealous. The girl cat, well, Contessa, has become brave enough once again to sleep in the same bed as me. However, she's still incredibly nervous. I can only touch her against her will, pretty much, unless she's on drugs. If she's on her own Xanax, pretty much, then it becomes a little bit easier to touch her, but still very difficult. And boy cat is so jealous. He's been guarding. I tried to see if I could get them to be okay overnight. I am keeping Contessa in basically an apartment in my house. And so she has 3 rooms all to herself, essentially, right now. And if I open the apartment door, the other cats can come and go as they please, and she could do the same. So I was hoping that maybe the other cats wouldn't notice, or there'd be enough space for Contessa to go around and she can explore the house overnight without me interrupting. Instead, she ended up being chased around by my boy cat and chased into her carrier, which is her new favorite sleeping spot. And boy cat was just sitting on top of the carrier, ready to like whap her in the face if she decided to leave. So I had to end that experiment. It did not work well. Wherever she's hiding, he will be above, ready to pounce. And he's a big coward himself. He's a huge coward. She's a coward too. It's kind of a bit backwards. Like, the most courageous cat I have is my Xanax mom cat. She loves meeting new people. The door has rung and there's someone there. She's the first to greet them. The door is left open. She's gonna wander out. She has no sense of fear because of the drugs that she's on. Even before then, before the drugs, she was a bit friendlier after she got over like the initial first year jitters. But she's still the lowest on the totem pole of the cats. Because she's skinny and doesn't have too much bite left in her, what with the fangs being removed. Cats. 3 cats is too many. 3 cats is too many. I should have stuck with 2, but it's far too late. It is far too late for that. It's a 3-cat house now. No more cats. No more. My most courageous cat is the drugged one. Yeah. I want to say bath salts are a hell of a drug, and so is... I can say her name. I can say the name of the drug. Phenobarbital. She's getting like 0.9 milliliters of phenobarbital per day. No, per meal. Twice a day. It's a restricted drug. It actually, I think, has a similar effect on humans, but you would need to take a lot more. And also, her drugs are crushed up and put in like a chicken flavor liquid. So it's really not something that a human would want to have unless you were desperate. But yes, it kind of makes you a bit slow to react. It's like she's drunk all the time. That's why she's Xanax mom. She's my old mother cat. And she's constantly hopped up. Well, not hopped up, slowed down. She's constantly drunk, essentially. Because the other option would be seizures. And it's better to have a girl who's a little bit slow than a girl who's constantly seizing. But it works. It works. Let's see. And that's, well, sometimes why I've had to stop the stream. Or rather, stop is not the right word. I don't know if I've ever had to stop it exactly. It's not rude to call her a druggie. She is a druggie. She actually doesn't like getting the drugs, but, well, it's not her choice. I want to say at least they taste better than they used to when she was getting a dry pill. She's gotten incredibly good at spitting out pills. It's very frustrating. But sometimes I've had to like pause and stop because I think that she's having a seizure. One time she even hit the door, which was kind of a surprise. And more so with the seizures, just making sure that she hasn't hurt herself because, again, she's cracked a couple teeth by falling during a seizure. Because she used to be a high jumper. And a couple times, she was also pulling out claws by being stuck in things. So just like smears of blood. Not very happy. But she's fine for now. She hasn't had a seizure in... Actually, I think... No, actually, she had a seizure after a return from vacation. we had to change the method of giving her the medication. She may have not gotten a full dose, but it was a relatively gentle seizure. So it's been, I guess, maybe a little under a month. But she's back on track now. Her phenobarbital levels are good, I think. Let's see. Stay on drugs. Yeah, stay on drugs. If your doctor prescribes drugs for you, taper off them, or consult with your doctor if you want to remove yourself from them, because, well, I suppose it depends on why you're on the drugs. But for seizures, stay on your drugs. The same thing, I think, with the anxiety drugs for the other cat. Although she can't stay on them forever, but damn, is she nicer on them. She stopped hissing at me, at least. I was doing damage reduction. No, yes, I did damage reduction. I don't think I covered Greater Rage. Extraordinary ability. At 11th level, when a barbarian enters rage, the morale bonus to her strength and constitution increases to +6, and the morale bonus on her will saves increase to +3. Indomitable Will. While in rage, a barbarian of 14th level or higher gains a +4 bonus on will saves to resist enchantment spells. This bonus stacks with all other modifiers, including the morale bonus on will saves she also receives during her rage. Tireless Rage. Starting at 17th level, a barbarian no longer becomes fatigued at the end of her rage. Mighty Rage. At 20th level, when a barbarian enters rage, the morale bonus to her strength and constitution increases to +8, and the morale bonus on her will saves increases to +4. Ex-barbarians. A barbarian who becomes lawful loses the ability to rage and cannot gain more levels as a barbarian. She retains all other benefits of the class. That's right, enforced alignments for your classes. Actually, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break so I can go check on the cats. You can stick around if you'd like, and after that, I will be covering the bard. But yes, I'm going to do a head count of cats to see how they are doing. Last week I bought special feeders, the microchip ones, if you've seen them, and I want to make sure that those feeders are working correctly as well. I had some issues with them earlier. Technology gets harder as you age. Please understand. So yes, I will be back shortly. I'm back. And since we finished the Barbarian, I think I'm going to switch up music in the background for this. Because next class that we have is going to be the Bard. I don't really know if a woodland campsite is fine, I suppose, for that. Actually, do I have something else that's a little better suited? No, I didn't grab it. Sick class. Sick how? In all fairness, though, barbarians. Bards are really interesting. They're, in the same vein, I guess a lot of the magical classes, there's a lot of variety that you can have from it. They're great support. Let me check. Something. Get ready. I don't know what you're expecting from the bar now. A little worried. Okay, where was it? Let me check. I understand why a bard would be so intriguing to you. So why you would be so enthusiastic about it. Okay. I'm going to grab this one. Maybe this will work. Maybe this one will work. Maybe both of them will work. Probably won't be able to add both of them though. They're not sick, they're ill. Wicked. Just thinking barbarian, not barbarian. God. I can't get the barbarian out of my head. Help me. Barbarian sickness. I've seen bards be very versatile and very fun, personally. And one of them was, in fact, wicked, in a sense. Okay. I wonder if this will be better. Cool. All the classes are cool. Well, actually, no, I shouldn't say that. Like, you think a cleric and you don't think cool. You look at a wizard and it's just kind of a... Are wizards cool? Like, kind of, at the same time, they're kind of nerdy. So, like, the bard is the non-nerdy version. The bard is the non-nerdy version. Okay. I wonder why it keeps doing this. It's a little strange. Hopefully this will work out fine. Oh. I have to rotate all the way around again. Are monks cool? Monks can be cool, I think. I think monks are very cool, but their problem is they're also mad. Monks are mad. And I mean that in a crazy sense, and also in the... you need to spread your ability scores out. I forgot exactly what the acronym stands for. Like multi-ability... something or other. Mad. Ability scores. Okay. Mad and sad. Multiple ability score dependent is mad. And sad, apparently single ability score dependent. However, I've never really heard someone use sad, but I have heard mad. Because I've played mad characters. Being mad sucks. Also because I built a monk, and there are ways you can make them a little less mad, but I was trying to differentiate myself as the monk from a different monk in the party. So I went more mad. I built not strength first monk, but I didn't dump my strength. I had to like dump everything else except for strength and dex. Well, I didn't dump con, but you know. So I made a grappler monk, which was mad. It was a mad idea. Can't beat the bard? I don't know about that. We might find that out soon. But they're very good support. They're handy to have around. And they can pull a lot of tricks out of nowhere. The bard. Oh, actually, no, there's a bit before this that I didn't read. Bard. The bard uses skill and spell alike to bolster his allies, confound his enemies, and build upon his fame. How does that go? I can beat five guys in a fight, right? In a fight, right? I mean, it depends on your flavor of bard too. And actually, just thinking, like, physically beat, there are multiple interpretations of that word, right? Bard might still be able to physically beat them. I don't know. No yaoi battles. No yaoi battles. No. Those are evil. Those are actually evil. I was around for the era of glumping and yaoi paddles, and I never had one. And I want to say, it's a dastardly thing. Those are dastardly things. If I did get glomped, I would not wish that upon others. Bard. Untold wonders and secrets exist for those skillful enough to discover them. Actually, just thinking, so thinking about bards and like yaoi paddle and just kind of well, actually I did play in a game where there were two bards, and they built a background together. They rolled out a background together, and they were supposed to be good friends. So I played a nerdy wizard, okay? I did not say anything, but I did think it. I tried not to let it influence anything in the game. The worst that came to it was that during a particular section of the game, it was a party of 4, 2 girls and 2 guys, in terms of characters. Anyway, so the charisma paladin, well, she wasn't heavily charisma, but she also wasn't a very good liar, I should say. And she and I were supposed to attend a party in a village, and the boys, because they were the sneaky types, went to go sneak around and try and find information in the villagers' houses while they were in the party. So one, the common question of like, so where did the guys go? Like, where are your other companions? And all I could think of for an excuse, I didn't say anything. I just the character turned bright red and said absolutely nothing. What was I supposed to say? That was the worst that happened, though. They were not doing anything together. They were actually investigating, and they were just friends. But, well, it's just 2 guys being dudes, yeah, and trying very hard not to be a fujoshi, but the rot. The rot did not leak out, I hope, too much. That was the worst of it. 6 feet apart. For a good chunk of the game, they actually spent quite a bit of time apart. We split the party, or rather, one of them split off. But, yeah, no, there was definitely a breakup portion of a sort. But yeah, no, that's the worst. Most of the games I played in actually haven't really had any romance. That game definitely had no romance. 0 romance involved. But yeah, most other games don't. Why are they so far apart from each other? No. Just thinking though, like in that campaign, like the most physical touching, I suppose. There was the blood sacrifice. Like, that may be the most intimate thing that happened. And it wasn't between the 2 of them, it was between the girls. So, that may have been worse. But it was probably also a bit awkward because, so the male characters were a halfling and a half-elf, and the female characters were a tiefling and a gnome. So, like, which way you put it, well, I guess not any which way, but like, pairings are a little awkward. But I guess in most player character parties, they ignore anything like that, right? Blood sacrifice rituals, just girl things. Yeah. I'm really glad that the DM ignored in that case. The blood sacrifice was supposed to be from a human, but tiefling worked well enough. The evil item is a word. The blood sacrifice was simply because the DM put out a set of gloves that were from a necromancer, and they were cursed gloves. They allowed you to cast, I believe, withering or something like that as like a once a day, except when you wore them or attuned to them, they snapped on you pretty much, and you could not take them off unless you bathed the gloves, washed the gloves in human blood. And if you did not do that every 24 hours, the blood hand washing, you yourself would become withered the next after 24 hours. You had to do it every day. My character did not wear those gloves for very long. I think I only wore them for 2 days, like the very last 2 days of the campaign. But the first day, I was extremely concerned about withering away. I misread them, so I thought it would literally kill me pretty much. And I privately begged the Mercy Paladin, the one who was all about self-sacrifice. I believe her god was Ilmater. Oh well, it was a necromancer, so I don't think blood really worried her too much. And also, she wasn't wearing them when we found them. We found them in a castle that literally had like rivers of blood rolling through the bottom, one of the bottom dungeon areas. It was a Grailhund vacation home, you must understand. It was a Grailhund vacation home. Those sorts of things are just par for the course, I suppose. Yeah, no, I did not want to cut off my hands, so I just asked the paladin, I begged her privately if she could, help give me some blood to help not wither away. And because she was a sacrificial sort, she just sighed and allowed it to happen. Or rather, she did it for me. And then the next day I was able to wash my hands in the rivers of blood in the dungeon. There were a lot of trust issues in that campaign by the end, especially after that scenario, because the boys were having their own trust issues in a different area. One of them may or may not have sort of adopted a zombie daughter, among other things. So things got sticky in that campaign, but it was a very fun campaign. Again, that was 2 bards. It was 2 bards, a wizard, and a paladin, and we made that campaign work. We did a lot of talking to sidestep things. And we did a lot of I suppose to describe the first session a bit. So we were dropped on a map to show us where we were roughly, like we could see X distance. And we did not realize that the map was actually very accurate. We kind of missed that there was a path off to one side, off to the west. We didn't know that, so just when the DM asked us, okay, so you've landed here, where do you go? Do you go into like this place that, the doghouse that you were told not to go into? And we may have forgotten that she mentioned a path off to the side of that. So one of the bards said, basically, my daddy always said, if you don't know what to do, go north. So we went north. We went north and completely derailed the campaign because we ignored that first starting point. So we did things extremely out of order. And we reached an end that the DM was not expecting. Fine. Can I do the Valley Girl accent? I don't know if I can. Fine. I'll help you with the blood sacrifice ritual so you don't perish to the cursed gloves. God. Okay, that went a little guttural. God. God. No, I can't do it. I can't do it in the ASMR whispers. God. No. I haven't, I guess, heard a Valley Girl accent very well. Try time-honored traditional derailments. Yes. It was a very fun group. Would play with again. And yes, bards that help enable that sort of weirdness. And I want to say, you have the stereotype of the, like, well, would stick their dick in anything kind of bard, and neither of these guys played that, which is good. Which is very good. Not that we had the time to do so. Let's see. They are probably better described, actually, through the text here, just reading forward a little bit. Through cleverness, talent, and magic, these cunning few unravel the wiles of the world, becoming adept in the arts of persuasion, manipulation, and inspiration. Typically masters of one or many forms of artistry, bards possess an uncanny ability to know more than they should and use what they learn to keep themselves and their allies ever one step ahead of danger. Bards are quick-witted and captivating, and their skills might lead them down many paths, be they gamblers or jacks of all trades. Scholars or performers, leaders or scoundrels, or even all of the above. Thank you. I have to practice my Valley Girl accent. Actually, I really probably should practice my Valley Girl accent. For reasons. For bards, every day brings its own opportunities, adventures, and challenges, and only by bucking the odds, knowing the most, and being the best might they claim the treasures of each. Role. Bards capably confuse and confound their foes while inspiring their allies to ever greater daring. While accomplished with both weapons and magic, the true strength of bards lies in outside melee, where they can support their companions and undermine their foes without fear of interruptions to their performances. Alignment, any. Hit die, D8. Actually, I'm a little not concerned. I wonder if there's such a thing as an X-Bard because of the alignment. Not having an alignment requirement. Do they have such a thing? No, there's no such thing as an X-Bard. Interesting. Class skills. The bard's class skills are acrobatics, dex, appraise, int, bluff, charisma, climb, strength, craft, intelligence, diplomacy, charisma, disguise, charisma, escape artist, dex, intimidate, charisma, knowledge, all, int, linguistics, int, perception, wisdom, performance, charisma, profession, wisdom, sense motive, wisdom, sleight of hand, dex, spellcraft, int, stealth, dex, and use magic device, charisma. Confuse, confound, contuse, and carouse. Wait, did I actually use all those words? Did they? I know they use confuse and confound. Contuse, though, just kind of a wait. I guess, yeah, contuse. To give someone a concussion? Is that the same type of word? Are they related? And carousing? Yeah. Confusing and confounding. The confusion is super, super great if you know how to use it. That was excellent. I think our TM, well, being able to do like a wombo combo of a mass confusion spell and then like a fireball, excellent. Excellent. And they have so many class skills. Just skill monkeys. Beautiful. Beautiful. Linguistics and perception. Linguistics, perception. Well, I think linguistics is a little different in this case. It's not as you would think. I mean, although just thinking like Yeah, they're a cunning linguist, so to speak, usually. But I think that linguistics might be not one of the more commonly used skills. Let me check. Let me check real quick. Like, what does linguistics exactly entail? Okay, what does linguistics exactly entail? I know what perception entails. Skilled at working in multiple languages, both spoken and written forms. Speak multiple languages and can decipher nearly any tongue given enough time. So yes, I don't think this is something that a lot of people necessarily pick up, depending on what type of game you play. Additional language per skill per rank, or additional language per rank. Okay. I think most players would probably ignore it unless you know you're playing in a game where that's necessary. And especially because as a bard, you are probably going to get at least 1 or 2 extra languages out anyway, aren't you? By virtue of the additional languages for your int modifier. I feel like that would cover most things. No, it's just really not useful in most campaigns. And also depends on the spells you pick up, because there are spells that cover it. There are spells that help you comprehend languages, or simply speak in a tongue so that everyone knows what you're saying. I would know because I, in 5e, play a character that knows 7 languages. And I also have the ability to cast tongues. So, like, usually I just default to one of my 7 languages. But sometimes, 7 languages is not enough. Let's see. You get 6 per int modifier skill ranks per level. Comprehend does not allow you to speak them correct, but there are, I don't want to say workarounds for that, but, well, pen and paper, well, I shouldn't say pen and paper, although pens are sometimes a thing, but quill and paper or chalk and slate are not the worst thing to have. Like, I feel like they're useful. Chalk especially. You should be carrying chalk around anyway, and having a slate is probably not much more expensive. And also, you might need chalk for your casting of spells. There are some spells that require it. Nothing is better than education. That's true. Tongs? Boil eggs? Use tongs for that? I don't know what the word is for the thing that I use for boiling eggs. I don't know. Just thinking. No, you need to. There's a. I don't want to say a game, but there are definitely groups that are. There's a meme, I suppose, of changing a spell by replacing one word, and that might be something that you're allowed to do with, say, a magical item, or simply for fun in a campaign. So, just thinking, because that can change quite a number of spells. Just changing one letter uses a later. I don't hold my eggs in the water. I don't. I would use them to take them out. Why would you hold the eggs in the water? They shouldn't be floating. If they're floating, they're bad. What are you doing? Remove. And yeah, limited spell slots kind of sucks, but depends on what campaign. If you have a campaign where you can take a decent number of rests before your encounters. Stop trying to drown your eggs. Wait. The eggs are drowning on their own. The eggs are drowning on their own. I haven't actually made hard-boiled eggs in a long time. Shouldn't even say hard-boiled. Soft-boiled? I haven't made eggs in a while. You're trying to teach them a lesson? I mean, you could just give them a good crack. No? A lesson in bardship? You shouldn't be trying to drown them. You should be trying to teach them to swim if they're going to be in a Bardship. You should really be teaching them to swim. It's bad to be... I've played in a campaign where we've had characters who could not swim. I shouldn't say characters. NPCs? NPCs on the ship who could legit not swim. You don't want to be in that position. Being a sailor who can't swim. Let's see. First level. First level bard has a base attack bonus of 0. And then, okay. So, I guess there are good and bad base attack bonus stats, right? So I'm guessing the bard is the bard definitely does not have as good of a base attack bonus as the barbarian does. Never learned swim? You wait, Rogettes, you don't know how to swim? Truly? It's a shame. You should learn how to swim. It's a useful skill. And it can be fun under certain circumstances. Sometimes. I'm not much of a swimmer. Remove, you should learn how to swim too. It's a safety issue. In case you ever end up out in the water. If you're not fighting on a rickety rope bridge over a raging river, is that a good climatic fight for an early adventure? If there's no danger of it. I think that you just have to... it's like learning how to ride a bicycle. You don't forget. I think you'd probably be able to pick it up very quickly. I learned to swim at a very early age. I actually can't imagine not being able to swim to some extent. I'm not going to say I'm particularly good at swimming. I hate swimming. But I'm capable of doing so. I'm capable of treading water and not dying for at least 5 to 10 minutes. It's an important thing if you do want to sail. Let's see. You almost drowned as a 1-year-old? I think I also had something similar happen to me when I was very young. I have distinct memory of wanting to go swimming, but I needed, I don't know what they're called anymore. In my era, they were called water wings, like the little inflatables that go over a child's arms to keep them afloat. So I did not want to wait for my mother, who was gossiping with other women, and she wasn't paying any attention to me. I wanted to go into the water, so I did. I don't know if she remembers that, but it was very formative. I learned how to swim after that, but that was a very distinct memory. I don't know how close I was to drowning, but definitely started a path of not particularly liking water. Just walked off a bridge into a river. Yes, that sounds like a 1-year-old. It sounds like a child, a very young child. They do very stupid things for no apparent reason. As I said, the same thing happened. Well, I mean, I did something extremely stupid as a child as well. Into a river, though. Like a fast-moving river? Although it really doesn't matter. Even a creek, so to speak, it can be dangerous if it's formed wrong, so to speak. There's actually, I think, I don't know if I would describe it as a creek or a river. It might be, they wouldn't probably call it a creek. What's in between a creek and a river in terms of water? There's something like that in, I believe, somewhere in Great Britain. I'm not exactly certain, like if it's in Scotland or England or Wales. It's infamous, however, though, because it looks like something that is really simple, really basic. It doesn't look dangerous at all. And it's only like a couple feet wide, this waterway. However, it's drowned so many people. It's drowned so many people because apparently it's just like the right angles. It is the perfect setup for being extremely deep, despite being incredibly narrow. And because of how it's formed, it's incredibly dangerous. So they actually have, I think they've, I don't know if they've marked off that area or not, but it's very famous. What is it called? Let me check. Like famous drowning river. Or like creek? No. Okay, maybe I need to add Great Britain. Slow moving, but it was higher than your head. Ugh, okay, understandable. Yeah. Things, well, when you're a different height than someone else, the dangers are very different. Okay. It is Bolton Strid, is what I'm thinking of. Bolton Strid. It's a Yorkshire river wharf. It's 6 feet wide. It looks gorgeous, but it's no good. Okay, let's see. Way to type this in, because like Bolton Strid, just the name Strid, a bit unusual. Yeah, I think they might also have a problem finding the bodies afterwards in Bolton Strid, but I'm not 100% certain. Okay, let me go back up. I want to say, I did have something like that in my campaign, but the players decided to jump over it at 6 feet instead of going through it, which is a good idea for them. But they did think twice of it. Why can't this child can barely talk just swim out of the river? Yeah, kids are dumb. Kids are way dumb. Bolton Strid is why you want Aquaman on your team, and that's and that's why when I did a sailing campaign, I picked a character that could breathe water. Very specifically. We only had one person go overboard though, but still, it actually didn't end up mattering in that situation. The monk was so quick and able to walk on water that she was able to scoop up the person before I got to them. That's why monks are OP. After a certain level, anyway. I don't know who Tom Scott is. I'll have to check it out later. Send me the link. Okay. What else do bards get? I had their base attack bonus is not great. It starts at 0, and then it kind of every 3 levels or so, it kind of stops for a level and it duplicates the previous score. So instance, level 0 is plus, or level 1 is plus 0, level 2 is plus 1, level 4 is plus 3, and level 5 is also plus 3, but then it goes back to plus 4, plus 5, then there's plus 6, plus 1, plus 6, plus 1 for 8th and 9th. So, slower progression for base attack bonus. Their fortitude saves are also slow and staggered, but their reflex saves and will saves are decent, it looks like. Let me just compare that real quick to the Barbarian. Real quick. Okay. Interesting. so weird. So so +2, +3. Okay, so it's 2 to 12 or 0 through 6. 2 to 12. Okay, so if we're counting them as like good and bad, the bard's fortitude saves are bad, but their reflex and will saves are good. And they also get spells per day. I honestly don't know how bards stack up. And again, it depends on the focus of your campaign or game, I should say. There's no certainty that it's going to be a campaign. It depends on the game. Most recent boat-related experience were a heartfelt conversation about home and belonging before being sent overboard. Was your character able to swim? Just like regular 15 feet of movement swim? And hopefully it wasn't too far out to sea? Like, were you able to cling to the boat or anything like that? And like, being sent overboard, like you had to walk the plank? Or like, there was suddenly a battle and you were knocked off, that sort of thing. But it is fun when you get those moments of, I don't want to say like deep discussion, but like deep in character moments like that. Genuine feeling ones. That also probably are kind of leaking a bit of like actual personal feelings, but we try and ignore that portion, don't we? We try and ignore that portion. It's all make-believe. Oh. Nasty wave. Okay. It's good news that someone had fly. The extra speed would certainly help. As long as they could actually hold you. It's up in the air sometimes whether... Well, I guess... Yeah. Like, if there's a person in the party who has, like, a good strength score. In my dual bard party, the bards may or may not have cast fly on the paladin more than once to have her, like, carry people around like she was a giant mount. She had a Kieran flavored mount mount? What's the word for it? The paladin summoned mount. And she also had, as a tiefling, like elk-ish horns. That was what the character art showed anyway. So just thinking about her, like, yeah, I guess she was very much like she was very much like her mount. Her mount was very much like her. Like a person with their pet. Reflections. But yes, she was the strongest in the party, so it was always casting fly on her so she could ferry everyone else around so we could kind of skip around instead of having to cast fly on multiple people. It was great. Always cast fly on the strongest person. Physically, like strength-based person. If you want to carry stuff. If you want to carry others. Just imagining a bard trying to cast fly on themselves, like, I'll save you. Because usually fly is a touch spell, right? So... And then the paladin, or the wizard gets there trying to save the person. It's kind of like, what's your strength score again? Oh, you can't physically pick them up. When you think of paladin mounts, you think of the shiny horse with the emblem. They're chosen to be mounting the actual paladin. It wasn't that kind of campaign. It wasn't that kind of campaign. There was no ERP in that campaign. There was no ERP. I think the closest that actually... I only seen... Yeah, I guess like the only romance that ever occurred in that campaign was theoretically off screen. Through simply like these people had a child. They were probably in love, or maybe something that I never found out. The ending of the campaign was a little bit strange. the Paladin caught up to the big bad, and basically had a private discussion with her, like an actual private discussion with the DM in character about revenge. So there may have been something in there a little bit about, like, the big bad may or may not have had a thing for another character. Not a party member, but another NPC. But I never would have found that out because I don't know what they talked about that day. It was forever a secret. The exact words, anyway. There were a lot of weird, not weird. There were a lot of good secretive moments in there. Pulling out people for certain chunks. Mounting, you meant riding. Riding has multiple meanings too. Riding has multiple meanings too. It's actually, if you've ever heard, I've talked about Scion before. That was an interesting noise. I don't know what that was. But there's the game Scion. And there is a... it's about being the children of gods, essentially. And there's a pantheon based on... I forgot their name. I think the updated version, they're called the Loa. But basically you have gods like Baron Samedi and stuff like that as gods to choose from. And they have an ability special to them that is called essentially riding, because they are basically, I don't want to say ghostly taking over other people, but basically inserting their spirit or being able to see through and control other people. So they call that riding in someone else. And there is sometimes a little kerfuffle when it's kind of like, wait. Also, because it's a White Wolf game, they get kind of raunchy sometimes a little bit. So there's definitely a section or two where it's kind of a, wait a second. Are the Loa like riding as in their special ability, or are they riding as in fucking? Really hard to tell sometimes. The Bard. Tyrant was strongest. 15? Like 15 is decent. 15 is decent. It's respectable. You're allowed to flex on 15. Like with a 15, I mean. But he was in Sky Islands for the first 5 sessions and isekai'd into the lower realms. Isn't that an episode of... That's an episode of like Jetsons meets Flintstones, isn't it? Yeah, that's the Jetsons. The Jetsons meets the Flintstones. I swear. That existed, right? Character joining up. I had to dredge their old cover story. Yeah. It is kind of weird when you write a backstory and then you just kind of throw it away and then somehow it comes back to bite you in the ass. Half the party doesn't know about the Skylands, but you're going after an airship. At least half the party does remember. I suppose it's more of a problem if everyone gets replaced. And you're going after something that you don't even understand. So it's kind of a dog that catches the ship. A ship? A car. A dog that catches the car. Just sort of looking around. What now? What now? You barely remember it existing, so it does exist. It's not a figment of my imagination. I feel like there may have been a sequel or something too, but that could just be made up. Magitech versus Mundane. All I can think of is Final Fantasy XIV with Magitech. I know this is absolutely not the right tack to take here because it's a common thing in other like actual games as well. Magically fueled technology versus more, I don't want to say modern, but real life technology. Sky Islands being Magitech stuff. It is fun when the DM uses stuff from your background. I want to say I don't know how many campaigns I've had that have heavily done that, honestly. I did have one that used it a little bit. But that was a bit by choice, I should say. He asked me, we were coming upon a dwarven kingdom, if I wanted my dwarf to be from there. So it's kind of a sure. So the entire party met my character's family in character. I think I was the only, well, I wasn't the only one who got that kind of treatment. There were some other characters who got similar things. Someone else had a backstory character show up. I think mine was, I don't want to say more in depth, but I had more NPCs attached with it. And I think it very explicitly, I should probably explain that dwarf. He was a con man from a very martial society, and he was making money to send back to his family back home. I explained it as he wanted to send money and not go back himself for the most part, because his family consisted of his sister-in-law, who was married to his brother, now dead, his brother who worked in the mines. Because of course, mining's dangerous, and they're dwarves. And I want to say it's a respectable job, and he's running away from that, because mining's bullshit. So he's running away from his sister-in-law, and sending the money back to support, like, his nieces and nephews, his nibblings. That is the word. And part of the reason why he's running away, and this was something that the DM asked me, like, okay, so, why don't you want to be home? Sister-in-law is kind of dumber than a box of rocks, and how to put it? It was kind of a miracle the brother married her, because she wasn't bagging any other man. So the DM wrote her as someone who had fallen for a MLM, essentially. She had fallen for an MLM, so he was sending money back and hoping it was going to the kids, but really it was going towards the MLM for her. And then there was the mother of the sister-in-law in the background, who is just like angry old drunk lady trying to get, trying to get my character to shack back up with his sister-in-law, keep it in the family or whatever, like become a respectable person again in society. It's a good reason for running away from home, though, isn't it? Not wanting to be roped back into that bullshit. So I had another reason to run away. And another reason for the party to make fun of my character. It did not, that background did not develop overnight or anything. It was simply just kind of a running away from problems. I think it's even all on the charts, really. The, like, roll-em charts for 5e. It was pretty much a case of like, okay, so what are your bonds? Or like, what are you doing this for? And it was, instead of sending back to my, like, children or something like that, or to the family, it was specifically to, like, sending them back to my nibblings. And after that, it was just kind of, I said this one thing, so I just kind of invented a dead brother. And like, why would you run away from something like that? Because you hate your family. Well, you hate part of your family, but you still want them to live okay. I always like making shorter backstories that evolve. Usually it doesn't get much of a chance, but when it does, and when your DM likes making funny voices and funny characters, wow. I think he had fun playing the crotchety old grandmother. Okay, parts. Oh, wait. I missed it. Garlean levels of technology, massive fan of 14. Yeah, yeah. I am actually really glad that for some of my stuff, when I was a DM, I started my campaign. I had not played 14, but partway through I played 14. And just looking back and thinking, okay, it's not 14 influenced in this section because I didn't play 14 yet, but this section's definitely 14 influenced, and my players thankfully never played 14 until after the campaign was over. Pretty much. They don't have to know that I grabbed the looks of the Feywild out of the End Shadowbringers area. They don't have to know that at all. The pink trees with the white trunks and the, was it purpley grass? Yeah. It's a great way of making things look strange. Bards. Bards, bards, bards. So, there are specials at first level. Bardic Knowledge, Bardic Performance, Cantrips, Countersong, Distraction, Fascinate, Inspire Courage +1. Those are all their special first level abilities. That's a bunch wrapped up in the first level. Second level, Versatile Performance, Well Versed. Third level is Inspire Competence +2. Fourth level, they get nothing. 0. Nothing special. Fifth level is Inspire Courage +2 and Lore Master once a day. Sixth level is Suggestion and Versatile Performance. Seventh level is Inspire Competence +3. Eighth level is Dirge of Doom. Just, Dirge of Doom. That's pretty metal. Ninth level is Inspire Greatness. 10th level is Jack of All Trades and Versatile Performance. 11th level is Inspire Competence +4, Inspire Courage +3, and Lore Master twice a day. Yeah, Norvrant is real cool. Norvrant? Norvrant's pretty cool. Don't laugh at Dirge of Doom. It's my channel. I get to laugh at what I want. I'm gonna laugh at Dirge of Doom. They're trying to be so emo. It's just, it's not quite crawling in my skin levels, but it's inching up there. Okay. 12th level is Soothing Performance. 13th level, they get nothing. 14th level, they get Frightening Tune and Versatile Performance. 15th level, they get Inspire Competence +5 and Inspire Heroics. 16th level, they get nothing. 17th level, they get Inspire Courage +4 and Lore Master 3 times a day. 18th level, they get Mass Suggestion and Versatile Performance. 19th level, they get Inspire Competence +6. At 20th level, they get Deadly Performance. Spells per day. As a first level bard, you get 1 spell of first level per day. As a second level bard, you get 2 spells per day of first level. As a third level bard, you get 3 spells per day of first level. As a fourth level bard, you get 3 first level spells and 1 second level spell per day. As a fifth level bard, you get 4 first level spells and 4 first level spells and 2 second level spells per day. As a 6th level bard, you get 4 spells, 4 first level spells, and 3... Okay, you know what? This is a little hard to read. I need something to use as a ruler here. Okay, I think I have a ruler. This is what bookmarks are good for. Okay. I was at 6th level. 6th level bard, they get 4 spells per day of first level and 3 of second level. At 7th level, as a bard, you get 4 first level spells per day, 3 second level, and 1/3 level. 8th level bard gets 4 first level spells, 4 second level spells, and 2 third level spells. As a 9th level bard, you get 5 first level spells, 4 second level spells, and 3 third level spells. As a 10th level bard, you gain 5 first level spells, 4 second level spells, 3 third level spells, and 1 fourth level spell. Okay. 11th level bard, you get 5 first level spells, 4 second level spells, 4 third level spells, and 2 fourth level spells. Oh, they cap out at 6. Okay. 12th level bard gets 5 first level spells, 5 second level spells, 4 third level spells, and 3 fourth level spells. 13th level bard gets 5 first level spells, 5 second level spells, 4 third level spells, 3 fourth level spells, and 1 fifth level spell. 14th level bard gets 5 first level spells, 5 second level spells, 4 third level spells, 4 fourth level spells, 2 fifth level spells. Yeah. Bards being... Okay. I have to say, I wonder the effects of that in terms of how I'm going to see bards here, because I'm used to being them being full level casters, so I might change my tune about some things, like reading through this. At 15th level, the bard gets 5 first level spells, 5 second level spells, 5 third level spells, 4 fourth level spells, and 3 fifth level spells. As a 16th level bard, you get 5 first level spells, 5 second level spells, 5 third level spells, 4 fourth level spells, 3 fifth level spells, and 1 sixth level spell. As a 17th level bard, you gain 5 first level spells, 5 second level spells, 5 third level spells, 4 fourth level spells, 4 fifth level spells, and 2 sixth level spells. Exchange? You looked ahead, didn't you? Okay. 18th level bard gets 5 first level spells, 5 second level spells, 5 third level spells, 5 fourth level spells, 4 fifth level spells, and 3 sixth level spells. 19th level bard gets 5... Okay, I'm going to simplify this. They get 5 spells each of 1st through 5th level, and 4th level. They get 4 6th level spells. So 5 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th each. And then 4 6th level. Okay, actually, I'm going to set the timer. I didn't set it. Okay. You would never try and trip me up? Let's see. I don't even know. I don't know if that's going to be a problem. I will find out soon enough. I don't have a sticky note or anything to remind me of this word. Okay, I think 20th level, the bard gets 5 each spells per day of 1st through 6th level. And then there's a bard spells known table. Let's skip that for now. Let's skip that. I can't do more numbers. Numbers make head spin. Weapon and armor proficiency. A bard is proficient with all simple weapons, plus the longsword, rapier, sap, short sword, short bow, and whips. Bards are also proficient with light armor and shields, except for tower shields. A bard can cast bard spells while wearing light armor and use a shield without incurring the normal arcane spell failure chance. Like any other arcane spellcaster, a bard wearing medium or heavy armor, I almost said minimum armor, incurs a chance of arcane spell failure if the spell in question has a somatic component, not opponent. A multi-class bard still incurs the normal arcane spell failure chance for arcane spells received from other classes. What? 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 So, just thinking, like, would that be something? I actually don't know. Just thinking. Sorry. I'm not going to describe myself as a Fujoshi. I don't know who the other Fujoshi are exactly in the circle, so to speak. I don't really talk to too many other people. So I don't know if there could be such a thing as what Remove has described through the evil item followed by the banned word. Although, actually, well, the evil item, like, if you just chop off the second half of it, like the actual evil part, like, I don't know who the other Fujoshi are. Okay. A bard casts arcane spells drawn from the bard spell list presented in spell lists. He can cast any spell he knows without preparing it ahead of time. Every bard spell has a verbal component, song, recitation, or music. To learn or cast a spell, a bard must have a charisma score equal to at least 10 plus the spell level. The difficulty class for a saving throw against a bard spell is 10 plus the spell level plus the bard's charisma modifier. Like other spellcasters, a bard can cast only a certain number of spells of each spell level per day. His base daily spell allotment is given on the table Bard. In addition, he receives bonus spells per day if he has a high charisma score. See table, ability scores, and bonus spells. The Bard's selection of spells is extremely limited. A Bard begins play knowing 4 0-level spells and 2 first-level spells of the Bard's choice. At each new Bard level, he gains 1 or more new spells, as indicated on table Bard spells known. Unlike spells per day, the number of spells a Bard knows is not affected by his charisma score. The numbers on the table Bard spells known are fixed. Upon reaching 5th level, and at every third Bard level after that, 8th, 11th, and so on, a Bard can choose to learn a new spell in place of one he already knows. In effect, the Bard loses the old spell in exchange for the new one. The new spell's level must be the same as that of a spell being transposed, and it must be at least 1 level lower than the highest level Bard spell that the Bard can cast. A Bard may swap only a single spell at any given level and must choose whether or not to swap the spell at the same time as he gains new spells known for the level. A Bard need not prepare his spells in advance. He can cast any spell he knows at any time, assuming he has not yet used up his allotment of spells per day for the spell's level. Let's see. Bardic Knowledge. Extraordinary ability. A Bard adds half his class level, minimum 1, on all knowledge skill checks and may make all knowledge skill checks untrained. Also, I see what you did there with that word. I was about to say the word. I was about to say the word in my taunting. I made it. I made it 5 minutes. There was one instance of that word. I cleared it. Transposed is similar to that word, isn't it? I only thought of transposed because of a certain ability from a game. Just almost saying the word, trying to brag about not saying the word. Bardic Performance. A bard is trained to use the Perform skill to create magical effects on those around him, including himself, if desired. He can use this ability for a number of rounds per day equal to 4 plus his Charisma modifier. At each level after first, a bard can use Bardic Performance for 2 additional rounds per day. Each round, the bard can produce any one of the types of Bardic Performance that he has mastered, as indicated by his level. Starting a Bardic Performance is a standard action, but it can be maintained each round as a free action. Changing a bardic performance from one effect to another requires the bard to stop the previous performance and start a new one as a standard action. A bardic performance cannot be disrupted, but it ends immediately. It ends immediately if the bard is killed, paralyzed, stunned, knocked unconscious, or otherwise prevented from taking a free action to maintain it each round. A bard cannot have more than one bardic performance in effect at one time. Just thinking, yes, I guess anything the bard does counts as one singular performance. Just thinking like, but what if you have, doing like juggling and plate spinning, but I guess that's all a part of one act. At 7th level, a bard can start a bardic performance as a move action instead of a standard action. At 13th level, a bard can start a bardic performance as a swift action. Yeah, there's more than just killing them. But, I guess killing the heart of the bard is important there. Just paralyzing, stunning, or knocking unconscious, those all kill the heart of the bard. Each bardic performance has audible components, visual components, or both. If a bardic performance has audible components, the targets must be able to hear the bard for the performance to have any effect, and many such performances are language dependent, as noted in the description. A deaf bard has a 20% chance to fail when attempting to use a bardic performance with an audible component. If he fails this check, the attempt still counts against his daily limit. Deaf creatures are immune to bardic performances with audible components. I do like that they have that notation. Although I will say that I suppose it depends on how deaf the bard is. Because if you are like newly deaf, like a temporary deafness, 100% that would be much, much harder. If you are the deaf for a longer period of time, I think that you would have probably overcome that through time. That sort of thing. If a bardic performance has a visual component, the targets must have a line of sight to the bard for the performance to have any effect. A blind bard has a 50% chance to fail when attempting to use a bardic performance with a visual component. If he fails this check, the attempt still counts against his daily limit. Blind creatures are immune to bardic performances with visual components. They do say that someone that's deaf/blind can learn to overcome the penalties with time but give no rules. That's understandable. And, well, yeah, there's some strangeness I can understand from there. Like, some things won't be quite the same, unless you start involving magic, perhaps. But just thinking about my interactions with the deaf community, and audible things are not off limits for them. They like very loud music, very, very loud, so loud you can feel it. So just thinking, like having a deaf bard who just plays so loud that it kind of becomes. It's not a visual component, like there is no such thing as a, like, I guess maybe like somatic kind of component nearly. Is there a word for that? Like, it's not touch exactly. Sonic component. It's art. It's art. It's art. Let's see. A lot of things are art, though. Just kind of a question of what isn't art. What isn't art? Really, like, actually, yeah, that is the bigger picture. What isn't art? Just thinking about, I suppose if it has a functional use, usually, then it's generally not art. generally. But that's also the problem that they're having now with the AI developed art, right? Like, does that count as art? And kind of the question of, well, why shouldn't it be art? Anything made with Midjourney? I don't think that... I would still count things made by AI to be art. Why not? Legit, why not? And, well, I mean, I've practiced some arts. I understand it takes a great deal of skill. And there is a difference between art made by hand and art that was perhaps assisted by computer usage, and then art almost completely made by computer. But I think it can all be considered art. Actually, just thinking, there's also the question of, like, does it need a human component to it to be art? Just thinking, like the whole issue with the photograph with the monkey, or the selfie by a monkey. Is it art? Is it art? I would hold it is. Is it? I was looking at bardic performances. Okay, I was looking at countersong. Countersong is a supernatural ability. At first level, a bard learns to counter magic effects that depend on sound, but not spells that have verbal components. If you were a bard, aren't you actually, like, legit a bard? I think you would count as a bard. Although, granted, one bard's opinion. I feel like it would go against the spirit to have, like, one bard's opinion be held above everyone else's. Yeah, no, I thought you were a bard at heart. Do you not see yourself as a bard at heart? Ah, you're sick? I'm sorry to hear that. What if they have the correct opinion? It's art! There's no such thing as correct. There's no such thing as correct in art. There's only bullshit. Bullshit made up along the way. Ah. Countersong. At first level, a bard learns to counter magic effects that depend on song, but not spells that have verbal components. Each round of the countersong, he makes a perform keyboard, percussion, wind, string, or sing skill check. They have keyboards in here? Keyboards. Keyboards. Like, you're just walking around with, like, a harpsichord or something? Is that, if it's a piano, is it called a keyboard? The area where the keys are? I honestly don't know. Tell that to your art teacher? Rules are meant to be broken in art. At least you have to learn the fundamentals to be able to know how to break the rules. Being correct is the most important thing in life, Heart of Wizard. Yeah, okay, that's true too. It really does suck when someone is wrong and they won't listen to the correct answer. But that's only for things that have correct answers. I have this trouble a lot myself, which is why I am capable of performing some art, creating art. However, the nature of it and how there usually isn't a correct answer, or it's from a perspective point, made it difficult. So I generally like more concrete things. Things that you can get a correct answer to. Though that does not mean I am good at math. This is why our country standards will always be behind Jamaica. You said to the other judges on the panel when I did my performance on stage. Oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Jessa. That is not a kind thing to say to another person, is it? Oh, I'm sorry, remove. Ah. Ah. So he was comparing someone else to you? Ah. You didn't learn. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's Eberron. There are some settings where keyboards are a thing. There are some settings where keyboards are a thing. But I wasn't expecting that to be listed in the, like, SRD keyboards. But yeah, is there a word for the place where the keys are on a piano? I did once upon a time learn how to play something akin to a piano, but I have forgotten, and it has been a number of decades since. I suppose actually I do know some people I could ask if I can't find the word myself in my own searching. Any creature within 30 feet of the bard, including the bard himself, that is affected by a sonic or language-dependent magical attack, may use the bard's perform check result in place of its saving throw if, after the saving throw is rolled, the perform check proves to be higher. The perform check result proves to be higher. If a creature within range of the countersong is already under the effect of a non-instantaneous sonic or language-dependent magical attack, it gains another saving throw against the effect each round until it hears the countersong, but it must use the bard's perform skill check result for the save. Countersong does not work on effects that don't allow saves. Countersong relies on audible components. The piano action frame, which holds the hammers triggered by the keys. Okay, I don't know any of those words. I mean, I know keys, I know hammers. That's about the extent of it. Piano action frame. Yeah, I haven't heard of that. But I guess that's a, like, huge section? No. I guess it is a small section. Okay, that was countersong. Distraction. Supernatural ability. Piano anatomy. All I think I know about piano anatomy is something that I may have picked up from Kids on the Slope, or a short called, I think it was the Cat Piano. I think it was called the Cat Piano? No. It wasn't the Cat Piano. Cat Piano. Maybe? Cat Piano. It was like a short video. Yes, it was actually the Cat Piano. Okay. And also learning that, did you know that cat gut is not made from cats? Cat gut, the cat is short for cattle. So the Cat Piano is actually a bit of a falsity, but it's a good story nonetheless. You thought it was an elaborate joke? You were there for it, weren't you? The 2000 through 2009 review, the tier list. Yes, well, I mean, nowadays I don't watch nearly as much anime as I used to, but I do watch anime. You were in on it? No. Girls can watch anime too. Girls can watch anime too. Although looking back at where I used to watch the most, and looking back and seeing how things have changed, and just kind of where did the girls go? Where did the girls go? Scurried away online. I can't say much about that though. Distraction. Distraction, supernatural. At first level, a bard can use his performance to counter magic effects that depend on sight. Each round of the distraction, he makes a perform act, comedy, dance, or oratory skill check. Any creature within 30 feet of the bard, including the bard himself, that is affected by an illusion, pattern, or illusion figment magical attack may use the bard's perform check result in place of its saving throw if, after the saving throw is rolled, the perform check proves to be higher. If a creature within range of the distraction is already under the effect of a non-instantaneous illusion, pattern, or illusion figment magical attack, it gains another saving throw against the effect each round it sees the distraction. But it must use the bard's perform skill check result for the save. Distraction does not work on effects that don't allow saves. Distraction relies on visual components. Thank you for the follow, DOS42. I'm reading through the Pathfinder 1 ESRD and I'm currently reading about bards. All about bards. I'm going through bardic performance stuff. Abilities? Abilities. I guess these actually all count as... do they all count as bardic performances? Or are they just... I guess it all counts as part of bardic performance. It's kind of a bit strange. It is huge, the section. The text. Okay, let us flip the page. Entire life is performance. You were meant for the stage. That would be a sad life, though. The entirety of it being a performance. Thinking about the spy from Team Fortress 2. Yes, I think that would be a sad life if it's all a performance. You need to be able to take off the mask sometimes. Did I cover this? Did I cover this? I did not. Truman Show-esque. Yeah, see? That would be quite sad. Except in the case of Truman, he did not know it was a performance until, you know. It's kind of a... Do I spoil it? At the same time, Truman Show has been out for far long enough. It's been, what, like 2 decades? It's fine. It's fine. But, yes. Not knowing that your life is a performance is a bit different than actively performing for the entire time. Though, both are sad in their own way. Sad is probably not the right word exactly. Like, it's appropriate, but I've never seen this movie, Dead Poet Society, but every now and then when I say something like that, I think I should be using different words. In Dead Poet Society, there's supposed to be a quote about how you shouldn't really use the word very. You're not very sad. You are despondent or morose or something like that. Pick a different word. Very is lazy, and lazy does not impress women. And that's the entire point of the English language, isn't it? To impress women? Something akin to that. Not that I'm setting out to impress women, but I don't want to rely on... I don't want to overly rely on words like very. I'd like to choose more flavorful words. Something that better suits the content. You saw a spoiler review for Truman Show before, so you basically saw it. Doesn't show what happens to him after he leaves the set. I would say it's still worth watching, even though you just saw a review on YouTube. I still think it's worth watching. Am I sure? What would he do? Just kind of a, do I spoil it? Do I spoil it? And for the are you sure? Are you talking about impressing women? I don't think so. Women would not be my target audience. But no. I like picking words. Hmm? Even though it might take me a little bit longer to process the word I want. Fascinate. Let's see. Did I cover this? Did I cover this? Okay, I did distraction. I did not do fascinate. Fascinate is a supernatural ability. At first level, a bard can use his performance to cause one or more creatures to become fascinated with him. Each creature to be fascinated must be within 90 feet, able to see and hear the bard, and capable of paying attention to him. The bard must also be able to see the creatures affected. I'm sorry. You missed an R. You missed an R. Let's see. That was such a distraction. Yeah, you are a bard, remove. No, you didn't. Yes, you did. You missed an R. The distraction of a nearby combat or other dangers prevents this ability from working. For every 3 levels the bard has attained beyond first, you can target one additional creature with this ability. Each creature within range receives a will save, DC 10 plus half the bard's level plus the bard's charisma the bard's charisma modifier to negate the effect. If the creature's saving throw succeeds, the bard cannot attempt to fascinate that creature again for 24 hours. If its saving throw fails, the creature sits quietly and observes the performance for as long as the bard continues to maintain it. While fascinated, a target takes a -4 penalty on all skill checks made as reactions, such as perception checks. Any potential threat to the target allows the target to make a new saving throw against the effect. Any obvious threat, such as someone drawing a weapon, casting a spell, or aiming a weapon at the target, automatically breaks the effect. Fascinate is an enchantment, compulsion, mind-affecting ability. Fascinate relies on audible and visual components in order to function. Next, Bard ability is Inspire Courage. It's a supernatural ability. A first level bard can use his performance to inspire courage in his allies, including himself, bolstering them against fear and improving their combat abilities. To be affected, an ally must be able to perceive the bard's performance. An affected ally receives a +1 morale bonus on saving throws against charm and fear effects, and a +1 competence bonus on attack and weapon damage rolls. At 5th level, and every 6 bard levels thereafter, this bonus increases by +1 to a maximum of +4 at 17th level. Inspire Courage is a mind-affecting ability. Inspire Courage can use audible or visual components. The bard must choose which component to use when starting the performance. Actually, let me do something really quick. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Where is it? So I just finished Inspire Courage. And next is Inspire Competence, which is a supernatural ability as well. There's actually quite a variety of different types of abilities here. It might be a little bit... I shouldn't say it's much to keep track of, but... it's a little less straightforward than the Barbarian, that's for certain. Inspire Competence, Supernatural. A bard of 3rd level or higher can use this performance to help an ally succeed at a task. That ally must be within 30 feet and be able to hear the bard. The ally gets a +2 competence bonus on skill checks with a particular skill, as long as she continues to hear the bard's performance. This bonus increases by +1 for every 4 levels the bard has attained beyond 3rd, +3 at 7th level, +4 at 11th, +5 at 15th, and +6 at 19th. Certain uses of this ability are infeasible, such as stealth, and may be disallowed at the GM's discretion. A bard can't inspire competence in himself. Inspire competence relies on audible components. Oh, the next one's fun. Or at least the later interpretation of it is fun. Let's see. Suggestion. Spell-like ability. A bard of 6th level or higher can use his performance to make a suggestion, as per the spell, to a creature he has already fascinated. See above. Using this ability does not disrupt the fascinate effect, but it does require a standard action to activate, in addition to the free action to continue the fascinate effect. A bard can use this ability more than once against an individual creature during an individual performance. Making a suggestion does not count against a bard's daily use of bardic performance. A will saving throw, DC 10 plus half the bard's level plus the bard's charisma modifier, negates the effect. This ability affects only a single creature. Suggestion is an enchantment, compulsion, mind affecting, language dependent ability, and relies on audible components. Dirge of Doom, supernatural ability. A bard of 8th level or higher can use this performance to foster a sense of growing dread in his enemies, causing them to become shaken. Shaken is a status effect, I believe. Or a condition. What is the word? What is the word that they use here for this sort of thing? Shaken. They don't describe it. Thank you for the follow, Berserk Slayer. I'm reading through Pathfinder 1st edition SRD, and I'm currently reading through the Bard's Bardic Inspiration list. They're different abilities. Let's see. So shaken. To be affected, an enemy must be within 30 feet and able to see and hear the Bard's performance. The effect persists for as long as the enemy is within 30 feet and the Bard continues his performance. Opponents. Sorry, I'm thinking about like barbarians again right now. The barbarians are invading my mind. The barbarians. This performance cannot cause a creature to become frightened or panicked, even if the target's already shaken from another effect. Dirge of Doom is a mind-affecting fear effect, and it relies on audible and visible components. Visual. Audio and visual components. Dirge of Doom causing confusion? It's not quite the same. Let me check exactly what shaken means, because confusion is different. Like confusion, the spell. I don't exactly remember what it does in 3.5. And again, the same may not be the same in Pathfinder. Shaken. A shaken character takes a -2 penalty on attack rolls, saving throws, skill checks, and ability checks. Shaken is a less severe state of fear than frightened or panicked. So yeah, you just make them shooketh. Shooketh is a thing, right? I'm not just Urian J-ing my way through this. Let's see. Inspire greatness. Supernatural ability. A bard of 9th level or higher can use his performance to inspire greatness in himself or a single willing ally within 30 feet, granting extra fighting capability. For every 3 levels the bard attains beyond 9th, he can target an additional ally while using this performance, up to a maximum of 4 targets at 18th level. To inspire greatness, all the targets must be able to see and hear the bard. A creature inspired with greatness gains 2 bonus hit dice, D10s. The the commensurate number of temporary hit points. Apply the target's constitution modifier, if any, to these bonus hit dice. A +2 competence bonus on attack rolls, a +1 competence bonus on fortitude saves. The bonus hit dice count as regular hit dice for determining the effect of spells that are hit dice dependent. There. Inspire Greatness is a mind-affecting ability, and it relies on audible and visual components. I'm gonna take a sip real quick. My tongue is tied. My tongue is tied. I wish I had made some hot tea for this. It's cooled down quite a bit. Thank you for the pet. But yeah, it's cooled down quite a bit. So I think it's suitable to start having proper hot tea again. Not that the weather really stopped me before, but there's much less incentive to wait for it to cool down now. Though I still want to make an actual pitcher of cool tea as well. I have so much breakfast tea to go through. So much. Did I go through that? I did. Soothing Performance, supernatural ability. A bard of 12th level or higher can use this performance to create an effect equivalent to mass cure serious wounds, using the bard's level as the caster level. In addition, this performance removes the fatigued, sickened, and shaken conditions from all those affected. Using this ability requires 4 rounds of continuous performance, and the targets must be able to see and hear the bard throughout the performance. Soothing Performance affects all targets that remain within 30 feet throughout the performance. Soothing Performance relies on audible and visual components. Frightening Tune. A bard of 14th level or higher, can use this performance to cause fear in his enemies. To be affected, an enemy must be able to hear the bard perform and be within 30 feet. Each enemy within range receives a will save, DC 10 plus half the bard's level plus the bard's charisma modifier, to negate the effect. If the save succeeds, the creature is immune to this ability for 24 hours. If the save fails, the target becomes frightened and flees for as long as the target can hear the bard's performance. Frightening Tune relies on audible components. Just thinking, I'm like, I can see why it relies on audible components, but I think it would also be really cool if you could do a frightening performance that was also a visual component only. Like, I'm just thinking about, basically, maybe the tune itself isn't frightening, but if you're using your enemy's bones or hands or something like that to perform it, like on drums, that would be pretty frightening, honestly. You know? Just madly drumming with bones for drumsticks. Or, well, I guess drumming in general is just aggressive. That could be frightening in the right circumstances, with the right bard behind it. Maybe a Barbarian. Inspire Heroics, supernatural ability. A bard of 15th level or higher can inspire tremendous heroism in himself or a single ally within 30 feet. For every 3 bard levels the character attains beyond 15th, you can inspire heroics in an additional creature. You can only do it once more then. Because it's 15th and then 18th, right? That's it. Heroism? Am I saying heroism weird? Am I? Or am I just saying it weird because it's been so long talking? That might be possible too. Oh, another sip. Am I actually saying it's strange? To inspire heroics, all of the targets must be able to see and hear the bard. Inspired creatures gain +4 morale bonus on saving throws and a +4 dodge bonus to AC. This effect lasts for as long as the targets are able to witness the performance. Inspire Heroics is a mind-affecting ability that relies on audible and visual components. A bard would never make a singular mistake like that. I'm not a bard, though. Although, just thinking, I wouldn't peg myself with a PC class, but others who would pin me as a druid. It's kind of a, okay, if you say so. I don't really consider myself an outdoorsy type, despite the flowers. Like, I think there's a bit of a difference between, like what a druid does and like what a gardener does. It feels antithetical, you know? I think antithetical is a good word for that. And actually, just thinking about going through the werewolf game that I played back in June. I think it was June. Talking about a forest not being quite the word for it. I wouldn't say no to being a warlock. A fey warlock. Druids are committed. No, they're not. You don't remember? You don't remember? Druids are much more about like the natural order of things. Usually. I think trying to control nature in the sort of manner a gardener does is probably against a lot of druid thought. Like, I want to say, like, is gardening worse than farming in that regard? And I think it might be, honestly. Committed to keeping the garden in order, but it's not a garden. Just thinking about forest being a definition, using the word forest and what the word forest means. Let me look up to see if that's actually what it meant. Okay. But basically, one of the characters in the werewolf didn't like the concept of forest being used for a certain space because it kind of implied a sort of man-made boundary to it. A sort of neatness to it that it should not have had. Forest is an untouched garden? I don't think so. I do not think so. Okay. The definition of a garden. A planned space, usually outdoors, set aside for the cultivation, display, and enjoyment of plants and other forms of nature. The single feature identifying even the wildest wild garden is control. Of course, the druid would disagree. I'm just saying, I don't have a bone in me that is made for survival, I think. I don't have a bone in me for survival. I think that would make for a poor druid. I think that would be a poor druid. And like, a druid who doesn't like being dirty. It's also kind of a strike against it. Let's see. Inspire Heroics. Did I cover that one? I think I did. Mass Suggestion is the next bard ability. It's a spell-like ability. This spell functions just like Suggestion, but allows a bard of 18th level or higher to make a suggestion simultaneously to any number of creatures that he has already fascinated. Mass Suggestion is an enchantment compulsion, mind-affecting, language-dependent ability that relies on audible components. What? Wait, what? Sex things? I didn't just mention sex things, did I? I don't remember such a thing. You're making things up. You're making things up, Remove. Let's see. Bone? Ah! Bones are not... Bones are not sexual. Bones are not sexual. Do you look at skeletons and think, I want to hit that? Really? Remove? I didn't know you were like that. You have to add an R at the end. Let's see. No! I don't think that's gonna work out the way you think it will. Okay, timer is going to be set, but I don't think it's going to be hard to avoid that word. Let's see, let's see. Okay, timer is set. I can avoid that word for sure for 5 minutes. But no, no. You're taking that out of context, remove. You're taking that out of context. Okay, actually, I don't think I finished Inspire Heroics because I got caught up in the bit about 15th level and how you get it 15th, and then you get it again at 18th or 19th. So it's just kind of a why define it as every 3 bard levels when it only happens once. Oh, although actually, I shouldn't say that. Uncle Vinin, you probably know the answer to this. And if there's anyone else who knows, you can you go above 20th level? Are there heroic levels beyond that in Pathfinder? Because then I could theoretically see that having a use. That sort of phrasing. Okay. Back to Inspire Heroics real quick. To inspire heroes. Oh, wait, no, I did do Inspire Heroics because I was made fun of for saying heroism weird. You're not tricking me into saying it. You're not tricking me into saying it. I'm not that gullible. Okay. Mythic levels you can have theoretically at level 1. Okay. I've never seen or read the rules for mythic stuff at pretty much any context, so I don't know how it works. But maybe it will be in the later rules here. Maybe there's an advanced section. Unless it's a separate book, in which case, out the door, not going to read it. Or not going to read it unless it's applicable. So deadly performance, supernatural ability. What? Level 1, mythic 10? Uh-huh. That would be weird. In one of the Pathfinder games? Okay. That makes sense, though. That makes sense. I wonder if, is that like a new game plus thing? Because that sounds like that would be an interesting take on it. Or even have its mythic rules as well. Mostly just thinking a lot of video games are not 100% like the tabletop written version. It would be impractical to keep it that way. Deadly performance. Supernatural ability. A bard of 20th level or higher can use this performance to cause one enemy to die from joy or sorrow. Hello, Q. How are you? To be affected, the target must be able to see and hear the bard perform for 1 full round and be within 30 feet. The target receives a will save, DC 10 plus half the bard's level plus the bard's charisma modifier to negate the effect. If a creature's saving throw succeeds, the target is staggered for 1d4 rounds, and the bard cannot use deadly performance on that creature again for 24 hours. If the creature's saving throw fails, it dies. Deadly performance is a mind-affecting death effect that relies on audible and visual components. Wait, base game? You get mythic levels as a standard? So, do they kind of work that into the lore as well, or is it just kind of a thing that you get for no apparent reason? Thank you for the follow, Hedgehog Johns. I'm going through the bard information right now. Let's see. I'm almost done. I think I have actually finished all the bardic performance sets. We've made it from. Counter song all the way down to deadly performance. Quite the difference there. Back from the gym. I suppose if you work yourself out well enough, then yeah, you want to You want to relax after the gym. If you've pushed yourself hard enough. Something to do with an ancient golden dragon that you get your mythic levels? Helping it or eating its soul depending on which... Okay, so they allow... It makes sense, though, for them to allow multiple paths. I did not say the word for 5 minutes. I'm victorious. I'm victorious. Though granted, that was to keep me from saying the word more so. And again, it's not a bad word. That word is not a bad word. In its base nature, it is not a bad word. Cantrip time? Well, oh, that's right. You're probably reading ahead. Actually, I think cantrips are kind of useless. It feels like in 3.5, but maybe that was more so because when I played, I was a high enough level where it didn't really matter. And also, due to the nature of the game, it rarely came up, but it feels much rougher and harder to use cantrips. Or at least it did as a wizard when you have theoretically infinite cantrips, but teeny tiny little spell slots to slot them into, and you have to prepare the number too. It's real rough as a wizard. It's real rough. Though I suppose actually it probably would be worse for bards. So for bards, they learn cantrips. Bards learn a number of cantrips, or 0-level spells, as noted in the table Bard Spells Known, under Spells Known. These spells are cast like any other spell, but they do not consume any slots and may be used again. You don't understand the difference between spells and cantrips? It depends on the game system, but usually cantrips are extremely basic spells that don't really do a whole lot. And oftentimes they are very easy for you to do. They have been drilled into your head. So it's still magic, but it's rote. Rote is a good word. It is rote. R-O-T-E. To you, anyway. So, for instance, in 5e, being able to... Actually, wait. Have you ever seen Slayers, the anime? There's a bit of a trick in there for that. Like, light is a cantrip. It's something that, if you're able to cast magic, is really easy to do. And I think even in 3.5, light is also a cantrip. It's super easy to do. But you still need to know how to perform magic in order to cast it. And cantrips are not just a D&D type of phrasing for this either. It's also used in Changeling. Again, for a similar sort of system. Very basic magic tricks that you know how to do. How to perform. But for 3.5, I know that... Well, in 5e, you can theoretically cast your cantrips. You're a fetus with... You didn't have to watch it when it was airing. And besides... Wait, what? I'm just thinking. No, I don't think you were alive when it was airing at all. Like, I don't even think you were a fetus. It came out in 96. Or something like that. 95 or 96. It came out in the same season as Evangelion, actually. I'm pretty certain. Or like the same year. So I didn't think you were that old, honestly. I thought you were younger. But okay. Posture check. Sitting up straight. But you could have watched it later. It's a good show. It's a good fantasy comedy. But cantrips, there are more recent seasons as well too. I haven't watched those. I have a Lena doll and everything, and I haven't watched the most recent animated releases. But you were a fetus for at least 5 years. I just want to think, oh, your poor mother. Your poor mother. But yes, 5e, you can cast cantrips all day long, as fast as you can, and there's no ill effect, pretty much. But in 3.5, cantrips, you still have to plan them out just like you would other spells. And in 5e, or not 5e, 3.5, planning out your spells is a little bit more difficult. But it's different systems, and they're each, I'm not going to say one is better than the other. 5e is simpler, but 3.5 allows for some really bombastic, it allows for some really bombastic outcomes, I should say. And I usually don't think that cantrips scale, but I could, actually no, they scale in time. They scale in time, I think. So, for instance, if you are 7th level wizard and you're casting light, your light in 3.5 is probably going to last for like 7 hours or something like that. This is off the top of my head. You can fact check me, I'm probably wrong, but I'm pretty certain that like cantrip, the spell in 3.5, scales in terms of duration. But in 5e, it doesn't matter if you're a 1st level wizard or a 7th level wizard, your light spell is always going to last 1 hour. It does not scale. So they refer to things as caster levels in here. So a lot of things might rely on caster level for power or duration or something else. Is that a yes? I can't tell. Or is that just like a... I know it's a Clio, right? I just know it's a bouncy Clio. Squibby. Okay, I don't know what squibby means. I've seen squibbies before, but I don't understand. I don't understand. I'm not zoomer enough. I'm not zoomer enough. Okay, but cantrips do not consume any slots and may be used again. Let me just scroll back. Let me just flip the page back up about cantrips, because perhaps it's different for the bard versus the wizard here, because of the nature of the bard here being a half caster and not a full caster. Okay. Okay, so yes. The bard does not have any spells per day associated with cantrips, so I think with all the previous text, it means that you pick out in 1st level, for instance, you would have 4 0-level cantrips, or 0-level spells, which are cantrips. You would have 1st level, 4 cantrips, and you can cast those as many times as you want a day. Let me check. Flip. They do not consume any slots. Yes, correct. Okay. So the most spells that you can learn, the most cantrips you can learn, is 6 at 3rd level. It does not go any higher. You learn no more than 6 cantrips. So 1st level 4, 2nd level 5, 3rd level 6. Congrats. I hope you planned well enough for the future, or your team is kind enough to let you swap out after a while. Just thinking. Let me check under spells again. Are you allowed to swap? I read this not 3 hours ago. Are we allowed to swap after a while? I think we can. Yes, because that was the word that was banned. It was about exchanges. Okay. Bard may swap only a single spell at any given level. Okay. So, I would say you have to plan very carefully your cantrips, because you're probably going to want to swap out spells of other levels instead. That's not a bad way of putting it. And also I want to say, I think swapping spells is a lot easier in 5e too. Here, it's much more planned out. You really have to plan your character in advance, because you only get to swap at 5th, 8th, 11th, one single spell. Of course, they have to be the same level. And you can't swap out your highest level spells for other highest level spells. And only one spell for each one of those sets. I know in 5e that there are some points where, like, sleep is really good at the beginning, but then after a while it loses its luster, it's not as good. So you'll probably eventually swap that out for something else. I don't know what it's like in Pathfinder and 3.5 for spells, if there are any that would be good swappable, except for perhaps the ones that don't scale well. Actually, yes, there are some that don't scale well, now that I think about it. I distinctly remember one where it was, it maxed out in the number of, I don't want to say like bullets, it was not bullets. Basically like throwing snowballs at people, and it capped out at 4 snowballs. Sleep is another, okay, so sleep is similar here. Is it another one that is only good for like tier 1 type work? Spells in 1E are like making a PowerPoint presentation for a high school lit class. I haven't actually read 1E. So, I'll have to check that. I'll have to read it someday. Someday. TM. There are a lot of books I need to read. I have a shelf of books for this purpose. It is interesting to see the evolution of spells over time, though. The choices that they've made, and the things that have, I want to say, kind of snuck by. Looking at the components that are needed. And how people might kind of gloss over them nowadays and not realize that, this is a joke. This was intended as a joke in the first place. But it also makes things a little bit more difficult sometimes. Just thinking about, how does one play out? I think, let me actually check, let me check. I think I know what it is. Where is it? Give me the spell. It's the spell. Okay. Okay, no, it's not the spell. Read Thoughts, I think, is the spell. And Read Thoughts calls for a penny as its material component. So, just kind of a case of, this is one of those issues where you want to be more specific in the spell wording in terms of rule sets, because in 5e I think it's really awkward how it's written in terms of, so does the person it's being cast upon know that you're casting it? Because if you do, that kind of hurts like the entire idea of the spell. And I think it's not a long enough spell, or rather because it's a targeted spell, it becomes pretty difficult to deal with at a longer range. It's not like some other spells where you can cast it out of sight, around the corner, theoretically, hopefully unheard, even though you're speaking at a normal volume to cast a spell. It just becomes really awkward. Especially when there are spells like Friends where it talks about how the person knows you cast a spell, but Read Thoughts does not. But again, it's also a penny, so it's great flavor to be able to have the spell be more of a flavored as handing the target the penny, with the verbal component being penny for your thoughts. Like it's a nice touch if it works out, but unfortunately those are not exactly magic words. A friend who swears by 2e. I don't actually know if I know anyone who's played. I shouldn't say. I probably know someone who has played 2e, but they haven't talked about it to me. And people usually enjoy the system that they grew up with, even if it's a little strange. People are usually resistant to change, which is part of the I don't want to say issue, but the whole thing with one D&D right now, right? Not wanting to change. Not wanting change. Let's see. Granted, well, I've seen. I did play 4E a tiny bit when it came out. And I did play a tiny bit of 3.5 when it was alive, or 3. I don't know which. But 5 is the one that I've probably put in the most learning into. But having the backdrop of the other ones, seeing this update, I guess part of the problem is also it's not such a drastic update as like 4 to 5, 3.5 to 4. Again, I guess it's similar to the 3 to 3.5, which I don't know. So, seeing like these tiny tweaks, I shouldn't say tiny tweaks, some of them are tiny tweaks, some of them are bigger changes, but again, not like huge changes. I can see why people are up in arms if they have no other background, or just seeing them take away what they're used to in flat out 5e. I mean, I am one of those people. I did do a stream and a half about 1 D&D. And there are some things I said I did not like, and some things that are fine. We'll just see how all these things get published, how many books need to be reacquired, and how D&D Beyond comes about with their new, I say new, when they come about with their eventual tabletop. And if that kills some systems, some tabletop systems, or if it empowers them, or if it encourages people to try out different systems, or if they're just going to simply stick with flat out 5e and not update. Just like your friend swearing by 2e. But I guess unless it's a really bad change, which I kind of doubt, people are probably going to move on with the new edition. Dungeons, Dragons, and Beyonds. That's going to be... Just thinking. If that's not... Actually, just thinking. Someone has to have made something like that as a module, right? Like an adventure that you can go on, Dungeons, Dragons, and Beyond. I know that there's one there's a module, I think, based on like IKEA. So just imagine a Dungeons, Dragons, and Beyond. You can make it into a campaign even. Flavor it as like a mix between an IKEA and a Bed Bath & Beyond. Hold on, I gotta get my pen out. Hold on. Let me scribble. Dungeons, Dragons, and Beyond. Module. Feels weird to use the word module for it, but that's what I've gotten used to saying. Just as we've all moved on with 4e. I mean, not everyone's moved on. The map is just a floor plan and the local... Yeah, I mean, why not? Why not? Really, truly. There's nothing saying you can't rip it off. I ran a session of a game, and what I did was I took the Imperial Castle from Japan. I took a Google map, I stripped out a whole lot of information, like a huge, well, not a huge amount, but I stripped out like all the place names, all the symbols. I changed the road colors a bit and like tried to get rid of train tracks and stuff to make it a bit more fantasy themed. And bam, there we go. There is a capital's garden and castle layout right there, and the town that surrounds it, and the moat that surrounds it. Perfect. There's no reason you can't reflavor Bed Bath & Beyond as a dungeon. You can make a mall into a dungeon. There's no limit to your dungeons. Truly, truly, truly. I am pretty certain though that there has to be something based on IKEA, right? It wasn't just Horror Store, the book. Hmm? Let's see. Versatile. Okay, I did not cover versatile performance. Versatile performance. I forgot what these letters stand for. Extraordinary ability. That's it. At second level, a bard can choose one type of perform skill. He can use his bonus in that skill in place of his bonus in associated skills. When substituting in this way, the bard uses his total perform skill bonus, including class skill bonus, in place of its associated skills bonus, whether or not he has ranks in that skill, or if it is a class skill. At 6th level, and every 4 levels thereafter, the bard can select an additional type of perform to substitute. The types of perform, and their associated skills are act, bluff, disguise, comedy, bluff, intimidate, dance, acrobatics, fly, keyboard instruments, diplomacy, intimidate, just kind of a keyboard instruments, intimidate, oratory, diplomacy, sense motive, percussion, handle animal, intimidate, sing, bluff, sense motive, string, bluff, diplomacy, and wind, diplomacy, handle animal. Actually, yeah, just thinking like anti-magic zone. Anti-divination zone, actually. More specifically, no divining, no arcane eye allowed. Or you'll be kicked out by the... There's like little tiny, not quite beholders. They're like demi-beholders, quasi-beholders. Little guard guys. They would be the ones watching to make sure. They are the security cameras. Or, I've also seen creatures reflavored, basically a stone statue, guardians, that come alive if you do certain actions. Okay, I think I already have a dungeon for that. I have a dungeon for that. No. No transporting yourself directly into the Dungeons and Dragons and Beyond space. Unless you walk through the entrance hall. There's a word for this. Like teleportation. No teleportation into it. No direct teleportation. No divination. Well versed. Next bardic ability. It's also extraordinary ability. At second level, the bard becomes resistant to the bardic performance of others and to sonic effects in general. The bard gains a +4 bonus on saving throws made against bardic performance, sonic, and language-dependent effects. The bathroom is considered a safe zone to rest in. Unless you use the demonic toilet. Then you have a problem, but just avoid the demonic toilet. It will be fine. It's only in the women's bathroom anyway. It's the last stall. So, yeah. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Lore Master. Extraordinary ability. At 5th level, the bard becomes a master of lore and can take 10 on any knowledge skill check that he has ranks in. A bard can choose not to take 10 and can instead roll normally. In addition, once per day, the bard can take 20 on any knowledge skill check as a standard action. He can use this ability one additional time per day for every 6 levels he possesses beyond 5th, to a maximum of 3 times per day at 17th level. The men's bathroom is a dungeon. Wait. I mean... Maybe a different kind of dungeon. The men's bathroom is a different kind of dungeon. I don't know when I'll need to know if the last stall in the worst is the... bleh. I don't know when I'll need to know that the last stall is the worst in a women's bathroom, but you will be equipped with it nonetheless. Oh, I don't honestly know if that's really the case. I was simply thinking about a bathroom I had used once, where there actually was literally like a demonic face in the last stall in the women's restroom only. I was able to check later the men's bathroom, and they had nothing like that in the men's bathroom. It was only the women's bathroom. I don't know. And there was no one else using the women's bathroom. I don't know why I chose that one, but it was very much a double take shocker for me to walk in there to see that. There is a photo of it online I can bring up. Let me check. I did not take a photo of it myself because I thought it would be very, well, like taking a photo of a bathroom in a, like it still feels kind of weird, right? What is the name of the place? I can never pronounce this right. It's Sunshine City. It was the Sunshine City amusement park. Namja Town. It was Namja Town. Namja Town. You want demon faces? I want to say usually, from what I've heard, the women's bathrooms are scarier. Okay, where is Namja Town bathroom? There has to be, the photo still has to exist. There it is. It is the haunted toilet. Okay, let me save this real quick. Let's save as a WebP. Oh, it saves as a JPEG. Excellent. Okay. Time to swap this out real quick. Okay. Okay, I think I know why I chose this bathroom now. I think I may have misunderstood the sign outside of it, honestly. And I did not quite realize. I thought like, oh, maybe this is the only one that's working or something. This is the bathroom. Tell me. Tell me. Would you use that toilet? Would you use that toilet? Would you use that toilet? It was also the only bathroom with those scrapes outside of it, I think. But I could be wrong on that front. It's been a while. You would use it? But again, the men's bathroom did not have this. I don't know why they only introduced it to the women's bathroom. So yes, if you ever go to Sunshine City, Namja Town amusement park, and you happen to be able to access the women's bathroom somehow, is there to keep you company? Please, no thank you. No thank you. I'm just thinking about like, some people can't pee if there's someone else listening in. And even in Japan, hello Dekanobu, we're talking about bathrooms. For those who don't know me, I am a night blooming elf. I wake at night to play games. I like board games and tabletop RPGs. And right now, I'm talking about the bathroom demon. Oh, I should do a shout out. The bathroom demon that I met in Japan. If you ever happen to go to Tokyo, if you go to where is Fujoshi, like Maiden Road, Otome Road? It's not Akihabara. It's not Akihabara. It's somewhere else. I don't quite remember the name. It's been years and years and years. If you go to Sunshine City in Tokyo, and you go to Namja Town Amusement Park, and you go to the last stall in the women's bathroom, this face will greet you. There is no, I mean, there is a warning, but if you don't read Japanese, you won't know. It does not exist in the men's bathroom, only the women's bathroom. You don't think you can go into the women's bathroom? Then you will have to settle for this image. You'll have to settle for this image. Thank you for the follow, Lazy Lunar Hair. I'm sorry, the notification has been covered by our friend, the bathroom demon. But just thinking, so in Japan, they also have these. They also have these the toilets have a lot of fancy buttons, right? They're bidets, but in addition to your traditional bidet options, they also have the option sometimes to make noise, like to either play a tune or to make like a fake flushing noise to cover up your sound, I guess, in case you're embarrassed. And just thinking, you're in this bathroom and you have this guy staring kind of down at you, I guess? Like just performance anxiety, like peeing anxiety in this bathroom. I will say, I don't think I used this toilet, but it was the one I gravitated towards. Yeah. But yeah, no, I got scared away. I am a scaredy cat, and seeing that bathroom was a bit of a shocker. If it was on the door. Actually, yeah, that would be so much worse. I don't remember if there's anything on that side of the door. I wonder if they maybe had issues with space for it, like not being able to close the door. And just think about it too. Like, imagine being the person who has to clean that face. You have to clean that face. Like, imagine all the crevices, like all the pee particles and stuff that could get stuck in those teeth and that tongue. Sit with your back facing the door. What? No. No. Wait. What? No. 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 How? Remove. That's how you get pee all over the seat. That's how you get pee all over the seat. Then you just use a different toilet. I'm not gonna have like a dominance contest with a demon in the bathroom. Pressure washer? The bidet doesn't go up that high. The bidet does not get up that high. Skill issue. Excuse me. God, this is supposed to be an ASMR stream. Here I'm talking about like peeing in front of a demon. Technically, yes, you could stand. But then you're kind of missing the point of the bidet, which is like half the reason why you use a Japanese toilet. And the other half is just because you really have to pee. Actually, just thinking about it, yeah, I guess men do kind of miss out on that section of Japan. Like, I guess you can use bidet for other functions, but there's multiple buttons on the bidet. Actually, I wonder if they sell different bidets. Like men's room only bidets, and women's room bidets, or like general use bidets. I honestly don't know. You generally use toilets because you have to pee? More than half of the reason? What? More than half the reason? Yeah, I guess actually when you're counting down to it. But like... I guess... Like the bidet... It's really hard to live without a bidet once you have one. Once you've used one. It really is. It makes things so much nicer. Oh, okay, water. Unless this is supposed to be punishment water, in which case it's not punishing, it's nourishing. I will say not all bidets are created equal. The Japanese ones are really nice. The ones that are heated, like, can run hot water or cold water, control the temperature. And, I think this is more of a European thing, but there's also standalone bidets, which are really weird. They're really weird compared to the Japanese style ones. So I bought a house last year, and one of the features that it came with was a European style bidet, and it's strange to use. I use it more often actually as a foot wash, which I guess is also an accepted use of a bidet. But it's really useful for that, at least washing feet. How to put it? Like I walk around barefoot a lot. It's nice to go to bed with clean feet. And if you use the bidet for one thing, foot washing should be it. I mean, the bidet that's separate. The bidet that's separate. Okay, enough about the demon toilet. Enough about the demon toilet. Demon toilet can go away. Oh, actually, I should also say about Namja Town. It sounds like Ikebukuro is where it is. It doesn't sound like much if you just hear the name Namja Town, but it's actually Namco. It's a Namco themed park. Clean feet before bed? Yes! Do you want to dirty your sheets up? No. No, you don't. Wash your feet before bed. But yes, it is the Namco amusement park. So when I visited, they actually had Yokai Watch stuff going on. And they have other tie-ins. I believe they also have Ultimatsu-san stuff going on. And other Bandai Namco type options. Let me check real quick. Namja Town. I didn't actually really go on anything there because after I got in, I realized it's really awkward when you're an adult going alone into an amusement park that happens to be very clearly made for children. It's basically like going into a Chuck E. Cheese, sort of, except bigger and cooler, but it's still a Chuck E. Cheese. Very, very, very awkward. But they do actually, wait, I think they were the ones that had like a crazy ice cream selection. I think that's where I did my ice cream tasting. So I got to have curry ice cream and rose ice cream and beef tongue ice cream and ramen flavored ice cream and cheese. And they also had some interesting gyoza too, but the ice cream I think was like the big thing. Because, well, have you ever had beef tongue flavored ice cream? If you had the chance to try, even if you had to pay to get into like a Chuck E. Cheese, would you take that opportunity? And also the mascots of Namja Town are really cute. Super cute. And if you catch them at the right time, they might have something else of interest for your particular game or anime that you watch. Because they do swap things out. You buy adult Lunchables now? Discover them. Wait, they make adult Lunchables? Like, legit? I would just see charcuterie instead. Like, I actually did that for dinner a few days ago. I just bought, I had some Gouda, I had some hummus, I had some crackers, I had some, what's the phrase? There's a phrase for this. I didn't have prosciutto, I had a different sliced meat. You don't think you would eat those ice creams even if someone paid you to do it? You don't like trying new things? It's a shame. There were some really, really good ones. The rose ice cream was rather good, and so was the cheese. I would say cheese was one of the better ones. They also had like some salt. Let me check up. I have a photo of the ice creams. The only things you refuse are spicy and minty. Have a good night, Alcavidian. Yeah, it is late. Let's see. Yes. And you probably still have a bit of cleaning up to do, right? Because you moved recently? Mint ice cream is fine. Dried bread instead of crackers, no chocolate with them. Meat and cheese. Yeah, salami. I did not have salami. I think I had, I think it's called bresaola. I don't quite know how to pronounce it. Bresaola. I had bresaola with it. And blue cheese. Bresaola and blue cheese. And mozzarella. A bunch of things. It's a nice kind of lazy dinner, having all this sort of thing. Not an everyday type of food, but when it's too hot to cook. And also, I don't like cooking. And also, like bresaola, I wouldn't exactly call it raw meat, but it's close enough. It's close enough. I like my meat a bit on the rarer side. They only have fatty meat around them in Japan. They do tend to prefer meat. I think that's more well marbled, but it's not like every day everyone's having like matsutaka beef or whatever. I did manage to get some Kobe beef while I was there, and that was extremely delicious. But I think this, like the meat was extremely good, but I think the thing that stood out the most was that they had this really interesting block of material that turned out to be soy foam. So imagine like a stick of butter or something, but it's foam and it's soy foam. So they had that on the side for serving. And it was stable. It wasn't melting or anything like you would expect. It was some sort of soy sauce. I don't want to say it's a scientific product, but like you do some magic with a specific ingredient, like gastrointestinal type ingredients, and the soy sauce, and it comes out that way. You would be cool with normal butter? I don't know if I would have put butter on it though. I don't think I would have. I would have just had, I mean, I mostly had the beef plain as the chefs intended it. They didn't even ask you how you wanted it. You were simply served what you were served. Let me check. Japan had all sorts of weird food. Okay, found my ice cream. I did not find my ice cream. I found my crepe. They had really cute crepes too. It was around Christmas time, so I got a crepe that had like a little Christmas tree on it and presents and stuff. They really like their pretty food. 0-calorie jelly, agar type or konnyaku. Yes, I've had both of those things actually, but I don't know if I had them in Japan. They just sell them around here. But yes, konnyaku's konjac. Yeah, konjac. Konnyaku konjac. It's tasty. But you have to have it in the right format because you cannot use it like pasta. No, do not even think of buying the ones that are like, hey, it's like a 0-calorie pasta. No. Not the same. Bad marketers for doing that. It's a different beast. It needs to be treated differently. It's really good in sukiyaki though. I like it that way. I've also had it as a noodle replacement for something else, and just because something is a noodle doesn't make it a pasta. I once tried to make pasta, and I used udon because it was the only noodle I had. I was young and I was dumb. It was awful. I had to throw it out. Do not make that same sort of mistake. Oh, it comes in different form factors, konnyaku. You can have it in like a block form. You can have it kind of sliced up into like half circles, or you can have it like noodles of different thicknesses. And noodles are pretty popular in sukiyaki, which is the form I like it as. Udon or rice based? Udon is not. Udon is actually, I believe, wheat based. Just like somen is buckwheat based. So like udon is not good for people who are intolerant to what's that protein? Like that people that can't have wheat, that can't have gluten. But I think buckwheat is fine. I don't think it's the same type of thing exactly, but they usually can't have it anyway because they're processed in the same areas. Like there's contamination issues. Or they're sold in the same kind of places and don't treat them differently. I think that's one of those types of deals. Gluten. Yeah, cognac. I'm looking through my folder of like things from Japan. Like, do I have my ice cream shot? I think that'll have to be a different time. I'll have to find it. But I distinctly remember like a couple of ice creams that were stand out in terms of flavor and just concept. But I will say, like, a lot of them are good, the ice creams I had in Japan. But my favorite ice cream is still one that is American. I don't want to say distinctly American, but I've only found one producer of it. There is a group that makes wine ice cream, actually. And it is a bit of a difficult feat, apparently, to make wine ice cream. And they also have difficulty, I think, selling it because it's alcoholic ice cream. It's not terribly alcoholic, but still. And also shipment is an issue because of its unstable nature. So I haven't had it in a little bit. It's a bit of a treat. But I realize that I would like to eventually, perhaps in winter, do a wine ice cream tasting stream. They have a number of different flavors. Like they have a Riesling flavor, they have a port flavor, a Chardonnay flavor, a whole bunch. And I've tried some of them, but I have not tried all of them. But I really, 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 really like... I say really, I shouldn't use really. Really is a lazy word. I adore the Riesling ice cream, and I'd like to have it again. I don't think it would be too expensive. I don't remember them being, like, superbly expensive. And... I think acquiring might be a little bit on the expensive side, but it's something that I had wanted to do anyway. And I do enjoy trying new things like this. So I think I'd be willing to do it, even if it weren't on stream. I think I'd be willing to try it. Although in that case, it might be more of a shared venture. I say shared, but I would probably try to invite some people over to also try them out and enjoy them. I did the same years ago. I went to a place that had a huge selection of ciders. Huge, huge, huge. I initially wanted to buy every cider I had not tried before, but I could not. I shouldn't say could not. I realized that it would be far more expensive than I had planned, and also I did not have the space to bring it all back, so I had to make some choices closer to the end about what to bring back. So I ended up with, I think, like 20 different types of ciders, and I ended up having a tasting to try them out with friends back in that time. And also, I think I probably still have my notes somewhere to go along with it, how things were different. Because there were some things that was kind of a... if you've ever heard of woodchuck cider, they had at the time a specialty where it was kind of a whatever was their weird thing that they were testing out that batch, and they sold it. So I ended up with, I think, one of those, and then another one that was actually how to put it? There was one that tasted like pancakes, like maple pancakes. And then there was one that really tasted like you were drinking maple. It was... At first we tried the official pancakes flavored one that they had released, like maple and pancakes flavored woodchuck cider, and thinking like, okay, this is really mapley. This fits. It is what's labeled. And then we tried the test batch version of it, and it was kind of a oh, we thought the other one was maple. It has nothing on this. This one is straight up like drinking maple syrup, just thinner. It's just without that sort of extra step of comparison. You sometimes don't know how far people would push it. But yes, I've drunk a number of ciders that were probably... I shouldn't just say ciders. A number of things that have been test projects. You like the word lazy? Lazy isn't a bad word, but I've already spoken about this. I like trying to choose. I shouldn't say like, that's also a lazy word a bit. I want to find more specific words that apply to situations. Something isn't very sad. It is, or someone isn't very sad. They're despondent or morose or something like that. Be more liberal in my adjectives, I suppose. And yet, well, thinking about words that have been banned that I've had the most trouble with. I. There was another word that was really difficult. There was another word. I don't think it was A. This was really hard. Yeah, that was really terrible. A bard is a living thesaurus. Am I a DM? I am not currently a DM. I was a DM for about 2 years. And that campaign ended in February. And I am planning on game mastering, well, DMing a game very soon, but we shall see. It's not officially on the calendar yet. Feels like a DM thing, wanting to think of different words to more accurately describe a situation. That's fair, yes. I could see that being a hallmark of a good DM. But also, as a DM, you want to make sure everyone understands the words, which I have found to be a bigger issue than choosing the correct specific word. I had one player who was English second language, I think, and they did not realize that undying words meant that your promise stays with you even after death, which was a big deal because they had literally just made a promise to an evil archfey. They made a promise to an evil archfey, and then that very same session, they killed themselves, or I shouldn't say kill themselves, assisted suicide to try and get out of that promise, not realizing when they offered their undying word about it that death would not get them out of the situation. But that was also the last session, so it did not end up having to matter in that case. But they were not a warlock, they were a ranger. But their sister, the character that helped assist them was a druid who had made a pact with a different archfey. No, they were not a warlock and they were not multiclassing at the time. It was more of a campaign-long fey interloping. If the campaign had gone on longer, perhaps they may have multiclassed, but I think they intended their character to stay dead after that point, after they made that promise. Because again, they misunderstood the words undying. So, wanting the perfect word is good for a DM, however, wanting to be able to make sure you can describe it using other words as well. I've also had a case where a DM of mine was describing a bar, or a tavern, I should say. They were describing a tavern, and they described a barfly. And again, the player in question was not English first. Well, maybe they were English first language. The English was just one of their many languages, and they did not understand that a barfly is a person It's like a lady who hangs around bars way too much. Kind of like a lot lizard type thing, except a bar. Yeah. Yeah, a barfly. So the first thing this guy says when he hears about like going up to the bar and there's a barfly there, I eat it. Just kind of a, wait, what? Taking things perhaps a bit literally. Having to explain what a barfly means. And again, like a lot lizard. A lot lizard is not a lizard that lives in a lot. Actually. But does that, I guess this all counts as slang. I never really heard of lot lizard until I started reading more stories, like personally written stories. It's not something that otherwise comes up very much in the things that I've read or experienced. You've never heard of barflies before? Congrats, you learned a new word today. What am I do? I mean, he was a half-orc who was known for doing really dumb things. Really dumb things. Like, it was entirely possible that he did actually intend to eat that, like start like licking that woman or something. Or just, it was maybe a really weird way of hitting on her. It could have been a lot of things from that half-orc. He was uncouth. He was uncouth. He favored the seediest bars and taverns and hotels. Actually, I say that, and yet he didn't come with us to the hotel that turned out to actually be like a love hotel. Instead, he went to the cheap hotel, which just turned out to be like a kind of tavern, not tavern, a kind of hotel, motel in like a sewery area. Uncouth sounds gentle. Uncouth. I want to say he usually didn't resort to violence too often, except when it came to other wizards. I say other wizards, he was not a wizard. He was a sorcerer. He thought he was a wizard. And there he tended to resort to wizard fights, which in his case meant, you know, hitting them with his wizard stick. Which was just a stick. Half-orcs are interesting. Thankfully, with the barfly, though, it was cleared up after he asked. Well, after he said he ate it. That's. No, wizards write down their spells, and sorcerers simply know their spells. They simply know them. They can't. Well, they can change them out, but it's supposed to be. You were born that way. You were born magic. What a guy. He was a very interesting player to play with. And he was a divisive character as well, in terms of character. A bar flyer? What is a bar flyer? I don't know what a bar flyer is. Unless it's a type of kite? I kind of doubt it. Sorcerers, I want to say, sorcerers got the job because Daddy's the CEO or something like that. Wizards studied up, and warlocks slept their way to the top. Wizards have a binder full of sheet music, spell sheets. And bards, a pamphlet talking about the bar. Ah, okay. At the bar itself, that might be a little strange, unless it's a venue. Then I could see it. Yes, I think, like, if you were at the bar and you heard about a bar flyer, it would be a bit strange for them to have that. Coupons! Ah. I would be very worried about a bar, and if I saw that they had coupons, to be perfectly frank. That would be... that would be extremely worrisome. I also probably should not be saying that phrase anymore. Just remembering the last time I remember saying that phrase and getting a DM later. 40 calling made me frank. Is that why I wouldn't mind being a warlock? What do you mean? What, sleeping my way to the top? No. That's not it at all. It's more so simply like druids don't really again, there's the whole issue of like I enjoy gardening, but I think it's a bit like being a druid is a bit more wild than that. I don't think I have that sort of wilderness in my heart. So like there are wood elves, right? I'm not a wood elf. I'm more of a garden elf. There's a difference. And well, I don't know if I have the patience really for studying like a wizard. Like sorcery is kind of boring, but I think that I could find something to trade. I think I could find something to trade to become a warlock. Putting people to an eternal sleep. I don't think warlocks usually have that much power. Warlocks make a deal with a great entity. That's why I was thinking of Fey Warlock, more so. And thank you for the follow, Kian Miss. Sorry, we're supposed to be reading through the final bits of the Pathfinder first edition SRD on Bard. I am like, oh man, I didn't even finish Lore Master. There's like 2 chunks left. And instead here I am talking about I guess misconnections in words and how classes function in not Pathfinder. Because Warlock is not a Pathfinder class, or at least it's not a Pathfinder 1 class. Maybe I would find something more appropriate for myself in Pathfinder, entirely possible. They did seem to have a number of interesting classes outside of the base set, but I don't believe those are SRD, so I will have to skip out on reading about them. But you've only done like 4e and 5e for Pathfinder? Pathfinder doesn't have a 4e and a 5e though, do they? They only have 1st edition and 2nd edition. And I remember when 2nd edition was released. I remember going to an event for it and debating on whether or not I wanted to try. What was the edition the DM picked? DM picked for what is the question. There's all sorts of campaigns that I've been a part of. But myself, just in general. I don't have to pin myself down to a specific class. It wasn't Pathfinder? Yes, I wanted to look up a bit more about Witch. I don't really know a whole lot about it. I've heard people playing them, but I don't really know what it's all about. I assume it's a little bit like Artificer, like an alchemist artificer type thing. More like a magic and healing, but perhaps a different focus than Cleric. 4e and 5e is probably D&D. 4e is a bit divisive, but people who like it still seem to really enjoy it. And 5e is the currently popular one. The currently very popular one. But I played a number of systems. Not a huge number of systems, but I played Dungeon World. I played Scion 1e. I'm playing Scion 2e right now. I've played Stars Without Number, Worlds Without Number. I played D&D 3.5. I've played a tiny bit of D&D 3 and a tiny bit of D&D 4. I played a lot of D&D 5e. And there's another system or two I'm missing. That was Dungeon World. Played a bit of Made RPG and a bit of Magical Fury too. I think I'm still missing a system or two. Oh, Vampire. I played Vampire. That was a very long time ago though. But it was Vampire. Probably what, 2nd edition? Maybe 3rd edition. Not 100% certain. The edition right before Gehenna. The first Gehenna. Yeah. The first Gehenna when the books were being released. She wanted to shake things up and tried Stars Without Numbers and Lancer currently. Stars Without Numbers is pretty fun. But you can do some strange things with the builds. I've heard of Lancer, but I've not seen it. What kind of game system is Lancer? Pilots and mechs? Ah! Wait a second. I think I may have skipped out on that campaign. Let me check. My regular DM decided to... I'm not a huge fan usually of sci-fi, so I skipped out when the DM offered to run a mech-based sci-fi game a couple years ago. Let's see. So they may have played Lancer, but I'm not certain. It might depend on when it came out. When did Lancer come out? Lancer was backed. What year? December 2019? Okay, I don't think they played Lancer back then. It was some other system that they played. Unless there's a first and second edition. But they did run something. Big, boomy, bang things. I'm not a huge fan of mech in general either, but there are some ways that I can work around it. Or like, I have to be in the right mindset. Like, I don't know if I would do a longer campaign. When I did Stars Without Number, it was I think we did maybe 5 sessions. And like, short campaigns are great. I've also done Dread. Not that, like, Dread's kind of a smaller party-ish game. Party-ish tabletop. And the same thing I've once run, Everyone is John. Again, smaller game. And there was something else. Oh, 10 Candles. I've done 10 Candles twice so far. Another smaller tabletop RPG. Shorter one. It feels weird to have those. Like, I've got a little bit of a list. I mean, a list of characters that I've played and what campaign they were in and how that campaign ended. To keep my memory sharp about them. But I've missed all these other smaller things. These one-shots, these tiny campaigns. Vampire and Vampire Hunter dynamics hit your fantasy sweet spot. So, have you heard of Hunter? There's an entire system around that. There's 2 systems. Hunter the Reckoning and Hunter the Vigil. And I'm sure there's other ones too that I've not heard of. Actually, I wonder if Monster of the Week would also count for that. It's not exactly Vampire Hunter, but you could theoretically have probably a Monster of the Week campaign around vampires, like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And actually, just thinking about it, there must be some sort of unofficial Buffy type rule set as well. Someone made official or unofficial. And actually thinking about it, a world like that, a Buffy-esque Vampire Hunter world, might be a bit more unusual than the other ones. I suppose it really depends on if you have an interest in being the vampire or the hunter. Like, you have to make that choice. Unless it's a, like, Buffy-inspired worldview, rule set. Thinking about it. That might also have its own problems. I'll have to look that up later. Just thinking about the inequality of the different types of characters there. And that's something that's actually, I want to say, more visible probably in, like, World of Darkness Vampire and Hunter. I think a vampire would probably easily kill a hunter. But those sorts of power level issues is common throughout original World of Darkness. The imbalances. But yeah. So, I find the few times I've played sci-fi games, I usually have to kind of get into the mood for it first by watching something appropriate. Like, I think the reason why I agreed to Stars Without Number is because I had just been reading through Knights of Sidonia. There was another one. Like reading Dune. Well, not reading. I shouldn't say reading. Listening to Dune before playing other games might be helpful. You played Town of Salem and that was your introduction to those classes in an RPG style? Town of Salem. I think I've seen it, but I haven't played it. Let me check. Town of Salem. Is that? Oh, it's a mafia type game. Okay. Okay. They have a game for, yeah, it's a social deduction game. Trader game. I used to play that a lot. A lot. I would go, I still do, to some extent. I had a board game group that would join up every week, and while we were waiting for people to show up, we would break out a game called One Night Ultimate Werewolf and play that while we waited, because the game is relatively short. Eventually we just started kind of randomly taking cards and building decks from that to play with, and mixing up all the different expansions that they had. So they have a vampire inspired deck and an alien inspired deck, and you can at least mix the vampires and the werewolves together. But you can also play vampires and villagers alone, or werewolves and villagers alone. So if you'd asked me a few years ago, I probably would have been able to read through the rules, maybe not verbatim, but pretty close, and be able to tell you the order that things should be played in or spoken about. Nowadays, it's been a number of years since I played, so I would be very rusty, but I don't think I would do too difficult. I wouldn't do so bad in a game of One Night Ultimate Werewolf, and I probably wouldn't be so terrible at some of the other social deduction games, as long as I make sure I understand the rules first. Every rule set is a little different. You're into fantasy and modern, but not big into future stuff? I can understand that. Yes. I'm actually not dealing with this problem, but I've had a few games set in modern times. Not ones I've run, but ones others have run. And so I'm in a game of Scion right now, 2nd edition, that is set in modern day New York City. And I'm hearing from the DM that it's a bit more difficult to run a modern day game versus a fantasy game. There's a lot more things to consider, especially when you pick a real life place. And also it's a lot harder to acquire assets for it in the terms of an online game. And thinking about the previous Scion game, which was also a relatively modern day game, there's a lot of things that, if you're basing it on real life, that you might not think about, but someone else will actually know the correct answer to, versus if it's fantasy where the DM is in complete control. For instance, this is something that I used on the DM in the previous Scion game, because I'd researched it very carefully beforehand. Almost everyone was playing an American character, like from the US, except I was playing a character from Japan. So knowing that, and knowing that we were starting in America, I had made careful notes about where my passport was good for, just in case. I had a map and everything. Like how does a Japanese passport compare to an American passport? Yes. Yeah, I could explain that character, but it won't make me sound any less of a weeb. But I did learn quite a bit about Japan that was not about anime through that character. But we ended up going to France, and the DM was going to pull out like a passport issue. More specifically, like, oh, you need what's the word? You need like certain types of paperwork being filled out because you're not American. And I was able to pull out like I was able to pull out my little cheat sheet and say, like, damn, the Japanese passport is just as good as the American one, except in these specific cases. I think actually in general it may have been even better than the American passport because of a few edge cases like Cuba. But those sorts of things that the DM may not necessarily pick up upon, but the player might. And then there's also the case of, in that same campaign, someone trying to bluster their way through a US Army base. However, the DM was a former Marine, so he knew intimately how security works at a US base, like how getting in through the doors would work, and that most of the tactics that the player was taking would not in fact work. So it works all sorts of ways. Versus fantasy or future, or future especially, it works however the DM says. Become a clan of your own type deal vampires have going on. A clan as in a family, or like a larger clan at that? Unless the modern setting has a different history for science and dictionary definitions, so like an alternate modern setting. It's possible. It really depends on the setting itself. But in our case, it was, well, the way the initial book was written and the way the world was initially set out, it seemed much closer to actual current day modern settings. There wasn't really a whole lot put to separate it, especially because two of us based our characters very explicitly on natural disasters that had occurred in the past like 5 years of the game. We accidentally set the time frame for the game. Unfortunate for the DM. Just fly in on the plane, but don't go back on the return flight. We could not actually fly in that case because when the characters were trying to get into the army base, they may not have bluffed. They may have said some real information, so they got on an Interpol list. So we had to take a boat. We had to charter a ship to go to France. Yes, we chartered a yacht to go to France. It felt like it would be a bit lower security than flying in a post 9/11 world. Clan, family, group chat, classroom. I don't quite think that they're all the same thing. An isekai character from an anime world? That is a popular trope, isn't it, in some cases? Oh god, you just unlocked a memory. I was thinking like, well, there's a popular, let's say someone wants to play a race that the DM doesn't really want to insert into their world, but they don't want to limit the characters or the options that the players have. It might be an isekai type thing. So the world may not have Loxodon, but you somehow got isekai'd into this world. Some magic mishap. Congrats, you're the only Loxodon in this world. And just thinking that, in my case, I played a character that was a half-giant. And it was a Forgotten Realms setting, roughly. A half-giant with a primordial template on top of it for metagaming reasons. And when I say metagaming reasons, I mean the DM was like aggressively helping us all metagame so he could be like the most ruthless DM possible. So his starting town was actually a place outside of the Forgotten Realms, sort of. Like Ravenloft-esque, kind of locked away. So my character was from the Forgotten Realms proper, but she was isekai'd essentially into this other place. Eventually, the entire party, who was from Isekai realm, we all managed to get out into the Forgotten Realms, but the metagame of the entire campaign was, I think, supposed to be figuring out why this particular area had been locked away. Locked away as a separate demi-plane. So yeah, just thinking, I accidentally played an isekai character. It was not my intention. Memory unlocked, yes. When you live for so long, sometimes there are a lot of things that you tend to forget over the ages, and you just need a little nudge to remember them. Such devastation was not my intention. I was not devastating. I am not devastating. I am a sage, thank you very much. I am a sage. And a white mage. And a very, very bad dragoon. Very, very bad. Holy shit, I'm bad at dragoon. But no, dragoon life, I'm not a dragoon main. But when it comes to memories, I definitely feel like I need to write many, many things down in order to have a good grip on them. I mean, I also like writing notes too, but when you age, it becomes more difficult to remember all the things that you've experienced. Hello, Custom Elvis. Welcome. Welcome back. I'm almost at the end, actually. I am so close. I have like two more bard abilities left on the sheet. I have been off topic for the past 50 minutes. 50 minutes. I don't know if this still counts. Wait, is it 5 hours? Oh, it's 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. What's your check? Okay, and water? I was not expecting. Okay, I was not planning this. Okay, I am watered. Oh, and stretch. Okay. Okay. I did not think this through. Don't die. I'm not going to die. Was I making dying noises? Those were not dying noises. Although I wonder if I've found... well, they say that your pets tend to become like you, right? And so I have a boy cat. He's a cat after my own heart. Oh, this is just the ASMR type voice, I think. But boy cat. Cat after my own heart. He makes the stupidest little cute noises when he stretches now. I'm just wondering, like, where did he learn this? And then thinking, me. He learned it from me. He had to have learned it from me. The other cat does not do this. Neither of the other cats do this. And also some other habits that I realize he probably has picked up from me. But yes, I have 2 more things left on the bard list. This is the first Pathfinder section I've done on classes. And I've gone through 2 classes so far in 5 hours. It's a really poor turnaround on my part. Really poor turnaround. Super poor. I went through the Barbarian. And again, nearly done with the bard. I think I might actually be finishing up soon. Again, I did not realize what time it was. I have to do some things. I have some gardening to do. She picks up no habits from me. Are you 100% sure about that? Do you not just want food and neck scratches and belly rubs? Are those not things that humans want? Hmm? I can say in that respect that I am not like my cat. If you do, then you must be a dog. Just thinking, well, there's the whole 2-leg, 4-leg thing. A dog usually doesn't have 2 legs. A man usually does, though. So, I think you still count as a man. Assuming you're a man, you might be a woman. I don't know. I assumed with the name Elvis, though, that you were probably a man. Was that a safe assumption, or did I just make an ass out of myself and you? Or you and me. That's how it goes. An ass out of you and me. Okay. That's safe. Might want to add sleep on there too. Sleep is another one that's hard to live without, unless it's just me. I know I don't really need to sleep a whole lot, but it's really hard to get out of bed sometimes, you know? Just like the sunlight streaming in, it's really nice and comfy and warm. It's really difficult. It's really difficult. Okay. Bard. Pathfinder, 1st edition. Bard ability. Lore Master. It's an extraordinary ability. At 5th level, the Bard becomes a Master of Lore and can take 10 on any knowledge skill check that he has ranks in. A Bard can choose not to take 10 and can instead roll normally. In addition, once per day, the Bard can take 20 on any knowledge skill check as a standard action. He can use this ability 1 additional time per day for every 6 levels he possesses beyond 5th, to a maximum of 3 times per day at 17th level. Dog drinks water and you do as well, and the truth is you're a dog. You're the one calling yourself a dog there. I did not put that label on you. I'm glad for your self-discovery of finding that you are a dog. Dog god, dog cute. What is it? Gosh dog cute? Dog gosh cute? No, there's another phrase for that. There is. I want to say I need to watch more children's features, but for the not cursing variety of things. Doggone. It's doggone cute. That's the phrase. Instead of saying damn or darn. Doggone. That is a thing, right? Doggone cute? Or doggone mad? Maybe it's more used in mad situations. Is that a bubble tea emote? Oh my gosh, that's so cute. It's doggone cute, but it's a cat, isn't it? Is it a cat? It looks like a cat. Being even able to see the little bubbles go up. It is the kind of thing that you would probably hear in children's media to avoid cursing. So it depends on if you listen to a lot of children's media. And it might also be a bit more of a southern type thing, but I'm not 100% certain. Then again, I shouldn't say I don't watch a lot of children's media, because I don't, really. But then again, there was a big discussion on Sunday about My Little Pony, so it's kind of a question of like, that was half a decade ago. That doesn't count. It's been a long time. Anime doesn't count, right? And also it's not in English, so I wouldn't have learned that vocabulary there. At least not in the subbed versions. That sounds very American. Yes, it does sound incredibly American. It's not something that my family would use, so I probably heard it. For some reason I keep feeling like, if you've ever seen Air Bud, I feel like it was used in Air Bud as a way around the censors. Like, there's no dog There's no doggone way a dog can play basketball. It sounds like that kind of thing, you know? If that's not a quote from Airbud, I don't know what is. Airbud is about a dog, exactly, so that's why they would use it. Or maybe Beethoven, if you've ever seen that, which is also about a dog. I feel like they probably use doggone in Beethoven as well. I would say maybe it's just the media I know, but you know, early 90s children's films where they're trying not to curse, but they also kind of want to fake curse. The dog movies in the early 2000s, we do not talk about the buddies. We do not talk about the buddies. The buddies do not exist. I'm ignoring the buddies. It can be very fun to swear without swearing, but it is... I'm not very good at not swearing without swear words. I need to learn how to substitute, but I haven't had to filter myself too much in the past. Well, I mean, I have, but I don't especially need to anymore. Or rather, it's either swearing is okay or swearing is not okay. There's no in between where you can fake swear. So there's just that switch that has to be turned on and off mentally. Otherwise, I have one particular curse that I use too much, and I learned that when I was playing Little Nightmares on Saturday. When I get very nervous, there's one word. It cannot be replaced. Or rather, I have to work around it. Yes, it's awkward to swear if you have to work professionally with other people. But I'm a lazy house elf, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. A lazy garden elf, if you will. Let's see. There's also children, trying not to swear in front of the children, but thankfully I have none. There are simply the little ones, the nibblings, nieces and nephews. Most of them, well, I shouldn't say most, a number of them are old enough that it's okay, but some of them are not. So I'm afraid they may have learned bad words from Auntie Primrose. Oops. It's not my fault. It is not my fault. They would have learned the same words or worse from their uncles. A Little Nightmares clip? I posted it on Twitter too. I just sounded so defeated. I didn't realize just how draining horror games are. I was playing it in the dark and everything, and it's killer. It's killer. One day I will go back and finish. I shouldn't say I'll finish Little Nightmares. I will delve deeper into it, but I have to sturdy my heart for that. I actually do have to sturdy my heart for that. Or something. It's... Or maybe if I get really drunk. I haven't watched any horror films and gotten drunk or out of my mind in any sort of way. So I'm wondering if that might have like an easier effect or not. I'm not certain. I don't think I would want to do that on stream to start with, but like maybe to kind of inundate myself a bit more to horror. The like jump scary kind. But again, I don't super know where to start. And I'm not certain if it would make it much better. But yeah, I also saw my other reactions to the things in Little Nightmares. It's kind of a, I realized in one section that I have seen Blair Witch. I saw Blair Witch a number of years ago, and I realized that, I just see this big creature coming, or like in the peripheral of my vision, and I immediately turn away and go to face a corner. That is exactly what the characters in the Blair Witch Project do. Wow, that's not very empowering. I'm the worst character in a horror story. The one who stands idly by while their friends die to the big bad. Your best friend ruined any fun to be had in horror or anything? It feels you, makes you sad and a little annoyed. I can understand that. Well, actually, do they point out all the ways that something is fake? Or do they simply just ruin the mood, make everything too fun? Honestly, I think I would enjoy that sort of thing just because I don't enjoy being scared. It would be nice to have it be made more lighthearted and poked. Oh. He drags you to horror and you don't like horror? Well, if it's only horror, I could see it getting stale if it's not your particular thing. 30 years of horror. I don't want to say I nipped that in the bud quickly, but I've been averse to horror for a very long time. So you might say for as long as you've been dragged to it, I've been avoiding it as much as possible. There have been some times I've been brave enough to subject myself to it, but I don't know if I've been... Okay, I should say I don't know if I've been dragged. I do know one time where I tentatively agreed to it and regretted it horrifically. But since then, I think I've become strong-willed enough to say, no, I'm not doing any horror thing. You cannot make me do this horror thing. I will simply leave. Mazes, mansions, movies, memorabilia. That's a lot of M's. Conventions, people, costumes, makeup, and homemade movies. Wow, so he's really big into horror. I don't know if I've done any haunted mazes. I've done haunted mansions, but only in the Disney spooky type haunted mansion, where it's lighthearted horror, like spooky. Spooky is the word, not horror. Movies, not so much anymore. Memorabilia, that's a very personal thing, I think. Conventions. Going to a horror convention sounds like a heart attack waiting to happen to me. But makeup can be fun. I've done some special, like horrific special effects makeup on myself. And that was a bit fun, even though I don't super enjoy horror stuff. Yes, no, I refuse. I distinctly remember going when I was a very young child to an amusement park that had a horror themed display, and probably screaming and crying to get away. Screaming and crying. Very shameful display on my part. Now I simply would not go. There's no way. Month of October? Why should I leave the house? Why should I leave the house? There's no need. I like spooky, not horror. This is probably a bit too... I hate to describe it as weeb, but if you've ever seen Idolmaster Cinderella Girls, there is an episode about trying to find the style of a particular girl. Her name is Ranko Kanzaki. She's gray-haired and she's Gothic Lolita style. And her theme is all about dark Gothic things. And her manager is trying to create music and create a brand around her. And he misjudges her completely. He goes in the horror direction. He finds out that she is actually terrified of horror. So other people point out that no. You can enjoy like dark and gothic things, spooky things, but not be into horror. That's a different beast. You can't necessarily delve that deep into the topic. So oftentimes I feel like Ranko. I actually even have a Ranko doll, personally. A ball-jointed doll. She's very cute. I watched Idolmaster Cinderella Girls. I also watched the original Idolmaster. I did not watch Xenoglacia. I also played the Idolmaster Cinderella Girls, the Japanese game. Not the, I don't know what the word is. It's not beat matching, but not the music game, but the gacha game. I played that for a while. And I listened to a lot of the music. A lot of the music. And yes, I have a Kanzaki doll. Granted, I don't want to say she wasn't my first choice, but she was a heat of the moment pickup. Although at the time I did know who she was and what she stood for. I've also seen a few of the live action performances, not personally, but I've seen the recordings, and they were really cute. They were really fun. And did you know that the actor for Shiki Ichinose? I think it's Shiki. No, is it? No, not Shiki. Not Shiki. Asuka. Asuka. Idolmaster. I forgot her last name. Pretty sure it's Asuka. Asuka Ninomiya is actually on Twitch. He streams. He streams, I forgot the name that he streams under, though. I swear, Asuka's voice actor streams. But unfortunately they only stream, I think, in Japanese. I think English might be okay, but he can't speak it. He can just, probably like nod and smile and thank you for watching. I wasn't as attached to the original girls. Although I do have a... there's a word for this. It's not a garage kit. So sometimes they make model kits for things, right? Like you can get a model kit of a... Well, I guess in that case it's a garage kit. They make garage kits for figures that you can paint yourself. They made a model kit of a Idolmaster arcade machine, and I may have bought that. I have not assembled it yet, unfortunately, but I have bought it. I don't remember what scale it is. I think it might be a 1/6 scale, so it would be suitable for Figmas, of which I have a couple dozen. But again, I haven't put it together. I did not have a dedicated space for that, but now I do, so theoretically I could put together my Idolmaster mini arcade set. I've never actually played the Idolmaster arcade game, but having a mini is just as good, right? Just a couple dozen. Yeah, just a couple dozen. I did a lot of Ami shopping in the past. I have all the Madoka girls aside from one. I do not think I ended up getting Madoka Schoolgirl Edition because she was limited edition. I have, I think, all of the regular edition, as in not Fig Fix, Bakemonogatari characters. Unless they've released a few more since then. And I have a bunch of Revoltech, which are not Figma, but they're all Evangelion. And I have the Hinamari Sketch Girls. Sorry, I sneezed. And I have a bunch of other series. A couple of odds and ends too. Like I have Saber from Fate Zero. I have Love Machine and Kazuya from Summer Wars. And there's more. I've forgotten what they are. It's been so long since I pulled them out. They were more so meant as seasonal displays, but I have not actually put them out yet since I've moved. They've been in storage. But I have a number of figures. A number of figures that is not equal to 0. I used to use them for decorating spaces, but not so much anymore. You should have invested in all those things instead of what you did in your 20s. You should have invested in something more than just figures in your 20s. I invested my 20s in action figures, and look where I am right now. I don't have any Gunpla, though. I do have Pestex-san. I think she's the closest thing I would have to a Gunpla. She is a mechanized bug girl action figure that you have to put together yourself. But yes, it's really hard finding room for all sorts of figures, which is why I initially went to seasonal rotations of things. But again, that requires you to actually put things out each season, which is a bit more trouble. But perhaps come the start of fall, which is in what, 2 weeks or so? Maybe I'll start putting out the fall or spooky themed characters and sets. Not that I have a huge amount, but I do have a few. I know I have a Witch Ray Ayanami, and I can probably put out some of the other cosplay style ones as well. Rays. I mean, there's a bunch of rays. You invest in tools, car parts, and car shocks. That's not so bad. That's not so bad. I think tools are useful. So are car parts and car trucks. Like cars and trucks. I invested nothing in that aside from what I needed to keep them running. Vehicles. And I have no tools. I shouldn't say I have no tools. I have tools that are suited for very specific things that are incredibly niche and not useful to most other people. Most other people do not need a screen for screen printing. Or paper cutting mats or paper cutters. Or huge amounts of rubber cement. Or sanders. At least I didn't buy a Dremel. Although sometimes I kind of wish I did. I think it would have been quicker to sand some figures than to use a little tiny nail file. Not nail file, but like tiny figure files. Wish you kept your action figures? Some things age well and some things don't. It also depends on if you have another use for them. I was intending on passing along... Actually, I did pass along some figures to my nephew once he got past a certain age. But it was made a bit difficult because he wasn't allowed to have certain things that are prominent in those figures. For instance, guns. No guns. And the characters I have, a lot of girls, and his father is a bit touchy about the subject, so did not pass along any female characters, I don't think. At least, how to put it? When they have the panties molded in, it becomes a bit awkward. Or rather, when they have like detailed molds of the panties, more so for some of those figures, it's a little awkward. Glass files work much better for certain plastics. Glass files? I haven't heard of those. I just have metallic ones. Certain kinds of plastic. Do you remember what types? Because that might make the difference. There's also the case of sanding in a nice open area so you don't breathe things in that are bad for you. Which is another thing I have to work on. But now I have a place to do so. Same thing for spray painting. That one was a bit tougher to deal with. Okay. I have like one more thing I think for Bard to read. Let me check. One last thing for Bard. Jack of all trades, extraordinary ability. At 10th level, the Bard can use any skill, even if the skill normally requires him to be trained. At 16th level, the Bard considers all skills to be class skills. At 19th level, the Bard can take 10 on any skill check, even if it is not normally allowed. I feel a little bit like a jack of all trades sometimes, although not quite as diverse, just with the amount of arts I've dabbled in. ABS and polystyrene? Okay. ABS. I'm trying to think if I have anything that uses that. ABS. Actually, I wonder if that would work for Pestex. Pestixon. If I look at that. But polystyrene, I don't think I have anything that would use that. What is Pestixon made out of? Oh wow, she's really cheap now. Not that she wasn't cheap in the first place. What is she made? What is she made? I don't say what she's made of. I might have to actually check her box. ABS figures. ABS is not, I mean, it is Australian Bureau of Statistics, but like ABS plastic. I suppose it's a case of like, what does it feel like, ABS? Okay, plastic, PVC versus ABS versus vinyl versus plastic. This will be informative. So, PVC is the cheap one. If it's mass produced, it's probably PVC. And they have problems with being heated. Those are the ones that, if they're not well balanced, or even if it's just severe enough heat, they'll just kind of melt. Ankles are a weak point there, I think. PVC, PVC, PVC. ABS. ABS is very tough. Legos, I guess, are made of ABS. So there aren't many action figures made out of ABS alone. And they're not really made for painting. And they're usually used for the legs or the base. Okay. And resin. Resin is heavy. Okay. Polystone. Okay, cold cast. Okay, I don't think I have anything that is majority made out of ABS. I don't think. But I could be wrong. Not certain. I'll have to check. I think I do have the boxes for most of my figures, except for the Figmas. The Figmas, there were far too many. I probably made, theoretically, many collectors cry by getting rid of the boxes. But then again, I also actually, it feels weird to say I actually played with them, but like, there are pieces that are a little scuffed. There are some pieces that are missing. They've been loved. They've been handled. What's... They've been loved. They've been handled. They are not perfect anymore. They are mine. And, well, if they get handed off to anyone else, it's not going to be probably for a price. It will probably be free. And I think it would be to someone else who I hope will also play with them, because they are action figures. They are meant to be played with. Imposed. So, I would hope that it wouldn't be so much of a problem. And I don't mind if whoever deals with them next tears them apart, uses them for pieces, repaints them, puts things on top of them. It's all a part of the fun. Then again, thinking about one of my actual statues that my cat knocked over, and now she has scrape marks on her. That's a bit more frustrating. Those are meant to just look pretty and sit there. It's a bit rough to see them damaged. And I feel like I could probably try to fix them, but I'm not certain if it's worth it. And I don't know what's going to happen to them afterwards, because they are no longer in mint condition. They are displayed. They're even worse than displayed. They are damaged. In some cases, physically broken off, but more likely just scrapes. Cats. Do not trust your cats around anything. Playing with an action figure can be fun. I want to say it's probably not the same as when I was a child, a young child, playing with them. However, actually, it also probably wouldn't be. Just thinking, like I do have a young niece and eventually a nephew. Actually, in both cases, I have young nieces and nephews who would be well willing to play with an action figure with me in the way that one typically imagines like a child playing with an action figure. But it's kind of a ungentle children hand. So I really want that on my figure. They might actually accidentally eat something. Maybe it's not the best idea. So maybe they are better off with just like more casual, like posing playing versus traditional play where you make up stories and have them like bounce around. But then again, I'm also the kind of person who I've gone on 2 overseas trips in the past few years, and I both times brought one of my dolls, one of my 1/3 scale dolls, with me, and I posed her once in public. The other place I did not pose her in public, but if I felt like I would have gotten away, if I felt like I could have gotten away with it, I would have. It's much easier to bring a doll out in public, theoretically, when your case looks like a violin case. It's very nice having that fallback of, yes, my violin, of course, and no one's going to ask you to break it out to play. No one's going to ask to see it. It's simply a violin. But really, there was a doll in there. But yes, my doll has also been dragged out to places where she could get dirty. She could get sand in her joints. She could get seawater on her feet or her hands. Her hair can get a little messed up. Her shoes can get a little bit dirty. I don't mind. I can clean it off. These things make for interesting stories and nice photos. And it shows love. It shows love. As long as you clean them up afterwards. Though I gotta say, sand is hard to get out of them. Sand is hard to get out. Okay. It's been almost 6 hours, so I think I'm actually going to call it here. No, sand. Yeah, sand. It gets everywhere. I hate it. What's going on? Okay. Let's see. Lengthy. I would say it's kind of... Does half this even count as ASMR? I'm not certain. It's a bit rough. Just ASMR traditionally is... ASMR is traditionally not quite like this. If I was just sticking more so to reading, I would feel better about it, but it is not. Okay, let me do this instead. Let me do this. Will this work? No, it doesn't like it. Okay. Is it simply not? Oh. Okay. I have to switch. Okay, let's move this over here. Wow. Don't know why it does that. Okay. Is there anyone doing something right now? Who else is... Is there anyone else reading at this hour? It's kind of an absurd time to read. But it's possible. Who is reading? Who is reading? I don't actually think I've had a stream... Wait, no, I shouldn't say that. I have had a stream go probably this long before. However, that was a... It was the anime tier list stream because I wanted to finish it. I thought it would only be one stream, but it ended up turning into 3. And it would have been 4 if it weren't for the fact that the last one, I was determined to get through it. Only a few corners I think I've been cut in terms of description. Okay. Let's see. Eight nights studying. Okay, let's see. How is this person studying? Or did I catch them off time? Did I catch them off time? Or is it simply you have none? Okay. Check. Determination of this hour. It does get more difficult. Well, I mean, I want to say for me, it gets easier as the day goes on. My day starts at night, so to speak. But I can see how for others it would be... It would be rough at this hour. Okay. Let us check about this one. At 2 a.m. This... At this hour, brain function. I feel like oftentimes when I'm streaming, it's actually at like... Sometimes it's stream on, brain off, I feel like. It doesn't have much to do with the time of day, it's simply other issues. I guess it's the division of attention that's needed. So... But I feel like oftentimes after streams, and this is the same with our role-playing too, for like tabletop games, if it goes well, then it's a case of actually being too energized afterwards. Stream on, brain off. Really? It's not, it's just me? Stream on, brain off. Sometimes it's just, there is, it's weird to say, like, the concept of like brain to mouth for words. What if the brain is turned off and it's just like heart to mouth for words? There's no connection to the brain whatsoever. It feels like that. But yeah, sometimes getting too energized after streams, or like during streams, a wind-up doll that just starts streaming. No, I'm an elf. I'm an elf. I know I'm not a doll. I don't have any joints. I don't have any strings. There are like descriptions of introvert and extrovert, right? And generally I would think I'm an introvert. However, then there are cases like this or others where I suppose it's a case of like, is it a social situation that you want to be in which case, yes, it's energizing. You don't really want to leave. But maybe that's just the elven condition, so to speak. Maybe humans get like that too? A wind-up elf doll? No! Not at all. Ningyo janai. Ningyo janai. I am not at all. I know I have a lot of Asuka statues. Not the same. Not the same. But is Choji, huh? Let us see. Miss Choji is streaming. And I think if you want something else gentle to listen to, then Miss Choji is probably a good option. So I'm going to send you guys over to her. She is... Where is it? She seems to be chatting right now. So I hope it'll be more gentle noises for you, and hopefully you can relax and go to sleep well. So tomorrow night I will be playing The Witcher again. I'm going to be going through the Hearts of Stone expansion, of which I learned is probably another 10 plus hours of content. So Witcher is not going to be ending quite so soon. I don't know if I'm going to do the last expansion on stream though. I think I might want to break in between. I can go back to it later. And Saturday I'm going to be playing Helltaker. I believe it's Helltaker for the first time. I've seen the girls and they're all super cute. I've seen the comics too. I've never seen the game played before, so it's going to be a trip. It might be a little confounding. Sunday is going to be a collaboration on Night Chase VR's channel. I used to play Roller Coaster Tycoon, and I did not know that it had been improved to be multiplayer through mods. So we're going to be doing a multiplayer Roller Coaster Tycoon. So again, thank you for coming, and have a good night.